Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Sophie Frangu. I am the Associate Head for Research for the Department of Psychiatry, and it is my pleasure every year to organize the research day that gives us the opportunity to showcase the things that we do, but also to invite people from other parts of the world, Canada, to join us and reflect upon research issues. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge that our department and its distributed sites are located on traditional and ancestral and unceded territories of multiple Indigenous peoples and groups. The campus where we are now is situated on the lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Slaves and Weymouth peoples. So going into the actual agenda for today. Thank you. So we first start with Professor Yatham, who is going to give us the State of the Department address. And then we will have our primary presenter, our primary lecturer, who is Dr. Patricia Tonroad, and I will talk more about her and her contributions later on. Then we will have a mini break with poster viewing, followed by our lightning talk sessions, where these are short presentations from mostly trainees and emerging sort of fellows that give us a general overview of their work. Then we break for lunch, and during lunch we invite everybody to spend some time looking at the posters. We have over 70 posters on the poster boards outside. In the afternoon, we have another lightning talk session, followed by two faculty lectures, one by Dr. Daniel Vega and the other one by Dr. Rui Yankee. And at the end, we will have the award presentation, including the awards of the best poster and the best lightning talk. And these awards are given to people following your own vote as to what you consider to have been the best poster and the best lightning talk. A lot of the posters are also available in our e-poster gallery, so you can access them even after the meeting and kind of approach people to talk about collaborations and things afterwards. And you can use Slido, as shown here, for your vote, but also for people that are virtual attendees for your Q&A, for your questions that we are going to moderate and help with afterwards. So with that, I will conclude my introductory talk and invite Dr. Yatham to give us the State of the Department address.
Good morning, and thanks very much, Sophia, for the introduction, and also acknowledging that our department and its distributed sites are located on traditional unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Sykes, Okanagan, Lheidli, and Lekwungans people. And of course, we are very grateful for the opportunity to work and live on these lands. Also want to take a minute to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the department's Research Day. As you all know, doing research requires funding. We need money, right? So we've been exploring various ways to raise funds for research. And interestingly, one of the things that's come up as we have been speaking to some of the philanthropists is, why do you do research, right? And a lot of the time they say, I'm happy to give money to support mental health care now, that has an impact now, but your research, you know, I don't know when it's going to have an impact, kind of thing. And I was chatting with some of our research track residents last night about this, and they said, well, actually some of our own residents raise questions about research. You know, why do people do research? So I said, well, actually, I can tell you a story, because when I started my psychiatry residency training a number of years ago, most of my training took place in psychiatric hospitals, the ones we used to call mental hospitals. And some of you that are old enough to remember, the mental hospitals will know that patients with psychiatric problems went into those hospitals. Most stayed there for months to years and some lifetime. They actually seldom went back home. And if we look at where things are now, world is very different. Most places around the world don't have those traditional mental hospitals. And most psychiatric issues now, we treat them on an outpatient basis. Some that need to go into hospitals, they go into psychiatric units of general hospitals. The length of stay for patients has actually shrunk to almost 1 to 2 weeks. So that's sort of average length of stay in most facilities these days, and maybe some might stay a bit longer. So the world is very, very different in terms of the treatment landscape for people with psychiatric illnesses. And in my own area of interest, bipolar disorder, when I was in training, we were using haloperidol, chlorpromazine, and lithium for treating acute mania. That's pretty much what we had. Bipolar depression, there were no treatments. We had the traditional tricyclic antidepressants, which if used, a lot of them flipped patients into mania. But there were no specific treatments for bipolar depression. And you look at now, there are many more treatments for people with a bipolar disorder and also for many other psychiatric conditions. So I will say, and this is what I've said to some of our philanthropists, people may not realize this, but there has been a lot of progress in psychiatry. We can, the outcomes are very different. We can manage many people in the community. And as they heard that, they said, wow, we didn't realize this. So I think we as a profession, we need to tell this story to people out there. But of course, we also know that despite all the progress that's been made, most of our treatments currently are effective in improving symptoms, which is kind of used to be the case with some of the medical conditions, such as SLE, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, all of which had medicines that treated symptoms temporarily, but did nothing to the disease trajectory. And you look at the treatments for those conditions now, you actually have disease-modifying agents. You can change the trajectory of the disease with monoclonal antibodies. We don't have that in psychiatry. So I think unless we continue to do research, we're never going to get there. So we absolutely need to do research. So if that's the case, as I said, we need money to do research. So how are we doing in terms of research within the department? And this shows you the amount of funding the department has attracted. And typically, we bring in about $10 million around that range each year. We've seen a bit of an uptick in the last little while. So 2021-22, we went up to as high as $18 million. And of course, a lot of that was because of the COVID, right? So there was a lot of funding injected into the system to support COVID research. So it looked really good. And of course, the next year, it looked like we were back to that 11, 12 million kind of range. But last year, 23, 24, we are back up again, up to 14 million. So we're actually doing good. Now, you might say, well, that may be just a blip. So obviously, we need to see that sustained. But certainly, we are trending in the right direction in terms of the funding. And you can also see that over 300 publications came out of the department in the last fiscal year. And we've had papers in high-impact journals such as New England Journal of Medicine, World Psychiatry, JAMA Psychiatry, American Journal of Psychiatry, and so on and so forth. So we're doing pretty good in terms of research. But obviously, we need to implement strategies to ensure that we sustain this and also grow. And some of the ways that, of course, we can do that is to recruit more academic faculty, support clinical faculty to do research, and also identify younger people and provide opportunities for them to pursue careers in research. And we're doing all of that. So just looking at the number of academic faculty recruited within last year. So we got 3 new faculty members, new members that joined the tenure stream. So Will Panenka, Cam Karamatian, and Tammy Vanderwall. And we also have 3 recruitments currently in progress, because one of the things we said was that, we are a provincial psychiatry department, so it's not good enough to support research just in Vancouver. We need to be able to mentor and support research across all our distributed sites. So we have a recruitment in the final stages for an academic position at Fraser and also at Prince George. We got funding to start recruitment for a position at WEHA. And then we're also currently recruiting for an academic position in concurrent disorders. An ad should be going out very soon for an academic position in data science. So we're doing pretty good, and there may be other opportunities coming up in the near future. I mentioned about identifying younger people and supporting their research. So most of you know, we've established the Marshall Fellowship Program about 5 years ago, and this has funded a number of fellows and scholars. And I'm delighted to say this is probably the first year that 3 of our research track residents got funded through the Marshall Fellowship. So Nick Ainsworth, Lara LeBond, and Victor Lee, all 3 they just graduated from our research track residents. So this is fantastic. I think this is precisely what we want to see. So I'm very pleased that they were able to put in competitive applications to get the funding for this prestigious fellowship. We have this stimulus grant initiative programs to support research by clinical faculty that Sophia runs, and there will be some minor changes to the program this year, but the intent really is to support clinical faculty who have interesting ideas that are of clinical relevance, and they're typically not competitive, go to agencies such as CIHR to get funding. So the intent of this program is really to support those sorts of initiatives, and we partnered with Roberto Sassi from Children's Hospital to support research by clinical faculty. We'd also promised that we would establish a master's program in translation psychiatry. That's now finally in place. It took a long time to get that going. It's in place. We can now take students into that program. And we've also made a commitment that if one of our residents, psychiatry residents, wants to get into that program, the department will subsidize some of the tuition fees as well. The tuition fee is actually relatively, it's pretty good for Canadians. It's obviously high for international students, but even for our own residents, as I say, if they have trouble paying whatever the modest tuition fees, the department can subsidize that as well. Now, one of the other things about research is that it's very, particularly clinical research, it's pretty hard to do that in isolation. I know that because before I moved to Vancouver, I was in Halifax at Dalhousie. And those days, things have changed since then. Very, very few people were doing any research. And I was really a keener, and it was really hard to find a core group of people that you could bounce your ideas off and get support, and that was a challenge. And so to address that, we, as many of you know by now, we've restructured the divisions within the department, created a new concurrent disorders division, and we're also in the process of refreshing some of the programs which will be affiliated with the different divisions within the department. And the idea, again, is really to create critical mass of people that work together in supporting research. Continuing professional development, we had a CPD director, Tony Bailey, who some of you know had retired a couple of years ago, and so we've been looking for one. The search committee has identified a candidate, and that offer will go out fairly soon. And the role of the CPD director, again, is to not only support some of the research training, but also supporting CPD in terms of competencies to promote evidence-based care. As I mentioned, lots of good work happens within the department. Sometimes we don't necessarily know it and we don't necessarily recognize it, and we want to change that. So we now have an awards and recognition committee. And the idea is that some of the divisions and the programs with those structures, the leads of those divisions and programs would be able to identify who would deserve to be nominated for those kinds of things. So I think we're kind of creating mechanisms to identify proactively who those people are and then nominate them for various awards. And this is my last slide. And most of you will know by now that the department has gone through internal review. I cannot believe that it's actually been 5 years since I started my role as head of the department. You know, the time has gone so fast. The review has identified lots of opportunities and some challenges. And as we look at refreshing our strategic plan for the next 5 years, you know, we'll be focusing on some of the things like the EDI, Indigenous focused initiatives, because we know that there's very little research and knowledge available on that population, particularly in terms of mental health issues. So we need to learn a lot more. So we'd have a specific Indigenous strategies to address that. Clinical faculty, I think we have a massive department with about 800 clinical faculty, without who the department can't run, because they support all our educational programs. Got to figure out a way to continue to support them. Talked briefly about the supporting our residents and fellowships through various opportunities. We'll have a specific strategy to address that. Burnout is a huge issue with COVID and many other things. So obviously we've got to figure out ways to support people. And in partnership with DMCBH, we're also thinking about potentially having a school of neuroscience, because we are obviously very much interested in promoting translational psychiatry. And how do we get grad students pipeline, you know, through UBC? And one of the things we were talking about was, if we have a school of neuroscience, which has a specific focus on translational research, then we would have a very good pipeline of students that can then go up in the ranks in terms of supporting that research. So lots of interesting, exciting opportunities in the future. And as we embark on the strategic plan, I encourage all of you to actively participate and contribute to the development of that plan. So I'm going to stop there. Are we taking any questions, Sophia? Or no, we don't have time. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm available, I'm around. So find me if you have any questions.
Okay, it's nice to see so many more of you joining us for our plenary lecture. We are very privileged today because our plenary lecturer is Professor Patricia Conrad, who is one of the most preeminent clinician scientists in Canada and internationally. She's professor at the University of Montreal and based at the Saint Justine Mother and Child Hospital Research Center. She holds the chair in preventive and mental health and addiction, and in social and community pediatrics. She is also the lead for the strategic planning for neuroscience within the University of Montreal. One of the most significant contributions has been in the field of addictions, especially prevention of addictions in youth, with her program called Preventure, which is formally and internationally recognized as a very effective and evidence-based prevention program. And of course, she has had major collaborations across the world and within Canada. She was one of the people that reviewed the Cannabis Act when it was introduced. So we are very fortunate to have her with us, and we are looking forward to her presentation today.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah? Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, to be back. I had a faculty position at UBC from 2000 to 2003. And then my personal life took me to the IOP, where I think I interacted unknowingly with Sophia for a couple of years, and then ended up in Montreal. And as Sophia said, I'm now leading the new strategy for neuroscience and mental health across the entire ecosystem of the University of Montreal and its affiliated hospitals. And I'm also just about to launch a new pediatric imaging center at Saint-Justine Hospital, where my lab is based, where we will be hosting the next generation 3T Siemens scanner, which will be the first in North America, applied to pediatric populations, which is really exciting. So there's lots of really exciting, and hearing from Lakshmi today, very exciting research, training happening in Canada in the field of neuroscience, mental health. I think we all have the same vision, and that is to bring mental health and neuroscience together in order to have greater impact. And that's what my talk will be about today. So, okay, let me just get myself organized. Right, conflicts of interest. I only get paid by my university and through a Canada Research Chair on preventive mental health and addiction. I hold copyrights to a couple of the prevention programs that I'll be talking to you about today, but I gain no personal financial benefit from any of those. I do host a team who disseminate the program around the world, and they work on a fee-for-service basis that has no impact on me. I did take a very minor honorarium from the Cannabis Legislative Review Panel. Let's just put it this way: for the amount of work, it was probably not even financially, kind of evened out in terms of what it all involved. But that was a really exciting, a very exciting project, and that's all I have to declare at the moment. Okay, let's get right into content. So, you all have heard these statistics. 1 in 5 Canadians experience a substance use or mental disorder in a given year. 1 out of 2 Canadians have or have had a mental illness by the time they reach 40 years of age. And to me, what that means is we need bold new approaches to addressing the widespread risk in our population. No amount of psychiatrists and additional psychologists in the community are going to address this need. We need to do things differently. My interpretation is that we absolutely need to begin to start investing in upstream solutions, more serious prevention and early intervention strategies for mental health and addiction. We need to be taking bigger, better population-based approaches that touch all Canadians. Where possible, invest in more targeted approaches so that you can economize on who you're dedicating resources to, but also begin to invest in structures that are feasible, that are easier for communities to engage with. So integrate what we do into some of the natural social and physical structures of society. And so a lot of what I'll talk to you about today is mental health delivered in schools. This is kind of a typical public health way of categorizing substance use interventions for public health. As you all know, substance use disorders tend to be extremely undertreated relative to all other psychiatric conditions. This was a statistic that I recall reading about in the 80s, and that was typically only about 5% of people living with substance use disorders ever get treatment in their lifetime. Recently, someone published a similar article estimating a very similar statistic. There might be some evidence that in North America it's gone up to maybe 10%, but the bigger concern, and this hasn't changed as well, is that the majority of people, so of those who ever get a treatment for substance use disorder, on average, they will report having experienced about a decade of harm before receiving that treatment. That's also the case for depression, but people with depression tend to get treated and have access to treatment more than people with substance use disorders, which is why we all strongly advocate for investment in indicated interventions. So interventions that can be delivered before problems escalate to a very acute stage. And that's where the brief interventions have come in, screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. And it's showing, really important promise. The brief interventions, though, have been identified as being somewhat limited in the sense that they really aren't considered as treatment. They're considered as adjunct to treatment and facilitators of accessing treatment. Their effects wear off. Their effects wear off by about 12 months. And so treatments need to be delivered on an annual basis to people who have already started to experience problems with substances. Now, in the mental health field, in the public health field, there's also this whole category of interventions called selective interventions, and they tend to be widely used in other parts of medicine, public health, even in violence prevention. They tend to be very, very underutilized in the addiction field. But these are interventions that target groups or individual risk factors. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but very, very underdeveloped in our field. And then there's, of course, the universal prevention programs. Universal prevention programs have been widely studied, implemented across schools in North America. Almost every child is exposed to some kind of universal program, typically a drug education program in a school. And I'm not going to go through the whole literature here, but the majority of the programs that our kids are being exposed to, even to this day, are not evidence-based. Many of them have never been evaluated. A lot of it is just kind of made up stuff. And the ones that are evaluated tend to be poorly evaluated. Those that have been rigorously evaluated tend to reveal very small effects. And some programs that once demonstrated an effect get tweaked a little bit according to someone's brilliant idea and then end up having negative effects, harmful effects. So it's a very precarious way of delivering prevention. It's and it needs to be done very, very carefully. But that's where a lot of people are doing experimenting. And my career has really been dedicated to getting people to be very cautious about delivering universal drug and alcohol prevention, because you actually can do harm. It's not just that you won't have an effect and waste resources, you could do harm and promote substance use. So let's talk about opportunities in that area of selective prevention programs. So these are programs that are designed to target what we understand about risk in the population. Well, it turns out we actually know a lot about who's at risk of developing a substance use disorder. And this is something that's very widely recognized in the research world, but also in public health. So, for example, this is the seminal Surgeon General's report on addiction that was published in 2016, finally acknowledging addiction as a health issue in the United States. And the chapter on prevention very clearly says there's well-supported evidence for robust predictors of risk for substance use and harms across gender, race, ethnicity, and income. Second conclusion from that chapter is prevention programs and alcohol policies that address these predictors prevent substance use initiation, harmful use, substance use related problems, and many have been found to be cost effective. That said, communities over and over tend to fall back on these universal approaches and tend not to invest in these more selective approaches. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about risk. What is putting young people at risk of substance use disorders? And that's where a lot of my work from these developmental cohort studies come in. The first studies were actually conducted from Saint-Justine at the time when Mark Lau and I were graduate students at McGill University. There was a group of people coming together across all the universities in Montreal and set up some really interesting developmental cohort studies from Saint-Justine. And sorry, my slides have a mind of their own. And it's those studies, and there's many of them, and these children continue, adults now and their children, to continue to be followed. And the Quebec government has now kind of picked up that role and is continuing to follow some of these cohorts. So it's really fascinating work. Those studies then stimulated Thomas Paus's Saguenay Youth study, which then inspired the Imogen study. And that's something I worked on when I was in Europe, which is a developmental cohort study of about 2,200 adolescents who were scanned at 14 years of age on structural functional imaging measures. They also gave blood samples for DNA and a full psychiatric and neurocognitive assessment battery. And then they've been followed into adulthood. And it's that study that inspired the ABCD study, which is just, revolutionizing what we can do with neurodevelopmental research now. So I can't possibly summarize all that we learned from Imogen and from the Saint-Justine cohort studies, but this one, this one captures a lot for me. This was published in Nature Neuroscience because it was one of the first studies to apply machine learning to psychiatric data. And here what we do is we take everything we know about, everything that we've managed to collect on an adolescent at 14 years of age. So it's essentially everything you would do in a really thorough psychiatric interview. So family history, personal history. The young people completed self-report personality measures. Following a bibliographic review, we identified all the SNPs associated with alcoholism, put those into the model. Structural and functional brain measures as well. So we have the monetary incentive delay task, which is a kind of a reward anticipation task. We have a stop task measuring cognitive control. And there's also some structural measures in there. And then finally, a neuropsychological assessment battery. And so what this is doing is predicting who's likely to become a binge drinker at 14 years of age and then at 16 years of age. And what you see is that there are a number of features of an individual that will contribute to a model that has an area under the curve of somewhere between 70 and 80, depending on the model that you use and the time point that you're using. But what was interesting about this, let me just see if I've got the second slide here. No, wait. No, I don't. Okay, so I'll just summarize it, is that we then went and did some kind of more refined analysis of where the prediction is coming from. And what was fascinating is that if you just put all of the kind of the information that you would collect in a really good clinical interview, that captured most of the risk prediction. Okay, so that top cluster. But that's a really expensive interview to do, right? And that's the problem. Everyone's having a hard time accessing somebody to do that clinical interview. If you just looked at the personality measures, just self-report personality captured most of the variance as well that could be captured by this full model. And if you threw brain, genetics, cognition, even the family history out, the personality measures were able to predict about 80 to 90% of what the full model predicted in terms of risk. So personality is capturing a lot of what these other measures are also predicting about substance use. And it's a really inexpensive, easy thing to use in various clinical and community contexts. The Imogen study also helped me to better understand how is it that personality is implicated in risk for substance use disorder. So we're going to have to go on that whole kind of RDoC high tops journey right now in order to understand these findings. But I'm sure everyone in the room is familiar with this idea that a large portion of the variance in psychiatric symptoms overlap. And it's about 50% of the variance in psychiatric symptoms really load onto one general psychopathology factor, which many people are now calling the P factor. Okay, so if you model psychiatric symptoms this way, you end up with P factor that counts for a lot of comorbidity or overlap of symptoms. And then on the right-hand side, you end up with these specific latent factors. One that represents ADHD conduct problems, a second that is like early onset substance misuse symptoms, and a third, and that's the other pointer here, yeah, internalizing symptoms. They all cluster together. And what we showed was that self-reported personality at 14 predicts those specific and the common latent dimensions of psychopathology. So impulsivity predicted the broader P factor, as well as that specific latent construct linked to ADHD and conduct disorder. Sensation seeking, which can be differentiated from impulsivity, predicted that that very specific unique risk to substance misuse. And then hopelessness and anxiety sensitivity, already identified as risk factors for anxiety disorders and depression, predicted that variance that was that reflected internalizing symptoms. And then we use the neurocognitive batteries and the neuroimaging measures to better understand what is it, to better understand these latent constructs. And that's where we start to see some really interesting things. So we got here. Okay. So in terms of neuroimaging findings, the functional imaging paradigms ended up distinguishing between these latent constructs. So what we found was that there was just kind of bilateral hypoactivity of the frontal lobes during failed inhibition on a stop task that correlated with that ADHD conduct disorder factor. And that was not the case for the psychopathology factor, even though it correlated with self-report impulsivity. So the neuroimaging measures were able to dissociate the two, self-report were not. And that substance misuse specific risk factor correlated with a very different neuroimaging signal, and that was hyperactivity of the orbital frontal cortex and then hypoactivity of the inferior frontal gyrus during reward anticipation. So there's kind of lack of it, the way I interpret it is a kind of lack of cognitive control in response to reward, but not necessarily lack of cognitive control generally, like what you see for the impulsivity profile. So with these kinds of studies, and so this isn't your traditional translational research, but I call this translational research because that kind of work has really helped me as a clinician, I'm a clinical psychologist, develop new and targeted treatment and prevention strategies. It's informed a whole model of intervention where we begin to start focusing on these predictive risk factors for substance use, which allows us to better understand the kind of neuropsychological pathways to early onset substance use, as well as why certain substance use patterns tend to co-occur with other mental disorders, right? So the impulsivity pathway is characterized by someone who has poor response inhibition. Which would then explain the overlap between substance use and externalizing problems. If you conceptualize things in this way, it becomes very evident that interventions should not be generic, that we should begin to start to think of very targeted, personality-targeted ways of approaching addiction treatment and prevention. And that's exactly what we have been doing, what I have been doing since my days as a graduate student at McGill. So this idea that we should be delivering psychological interventions to target these underlying risk profiles. And I started doing this with people living with substance use disorders, and we showed an effect. And then every year we've been doing this with younger and younger age groups. And so we're now doing this kind of work with 12-year-olds because what we know is 12-year-olds can reliably self-report on their personality style, and that will predict their risk 2, 3, and 7 years later. So what does a personality targeted intervention look like? Well, it's very much based on everything we do in mental health. So good, motivational interviewing principles, and emotion-specific or personality-specific cognitive behavioral training, but it's delivered in a matched fashion. And what that allows you to do is design very brief interventions. You kind of use the personality profiling as a way to get right to work. So how many people in the room deliver cognitive behavioral treatments? I know one over here, but yeah. So when you deliver these treatments, you spend at least 4 weeks doing kind of the thought monitoring, right, and behavioral monitoring to figure out what's going on with this individual. What you do with personality targeted interventions is you use a lot of the science to make some assumptions about, the types of cognitive distortions and behavioral risk patterns that this individual that is setting this individual up for vulnerability to substance use. And so we go right into some cognitive behavioral training around personality-specific constructs. So if a young person is identified as being impulsive, they will be guided in developing cognitive behavioral skills to help them become a better stopper. right? So to help them manage their poor response inhibition. And the intervention for someone who's a sensation seeker or who reports high scores on sensation seeking would be more focused on thought challenging around boredom, management of their impulsivity around highly stimulating and rewarding situations, and their reward sensitivity. So that's the idea there. I've spent many years developing useful psychometric tools to be able to identify these traits in various settings, including schools. We've developed what we call the SERPs. It's now been expanded to include a fifth dimension, perfectionism. You'll have to invite me back next year to talk about that one. But so this version includes, it's 23 items that will allow you to measure 4 traits. And it's been widely validated as having, really good predictive properties, so good psychometric properties, but also able to not only predict who's likely to develop a substance use or mental health symptoms or problems, what type of substance they're likely to misuse, and what type of mental health problem they're likely to develop. There are about 8 published studies right now testing this personality targeted approach to the treatment or prevention of substance use disorders in the population. And I'm not going to go through all of that evidence. It's reviewed in this paper, and it's also reviewed in a number of kind of authoritative systematic reviews. Generally, the results are that, whether you're evaluating this in high school students and people living in the community with a substance use disorder, whether the intervention is delivered in a group format or an individual format, at distance or in person, it generally is associated with a 30 to 50% reduction in substance use in those who receive the intervention relative to those who receive some kind of control condition. Some of the studies included an actual control intervention, and others didn't. And the evidence is substantial enough now that it's recognized as an evidence-based intervention by the, in the Surgeon General's report. There's a whole annex to the Surgeon General's report. I highly recommend looking through it, because that's what we should be using in Canada. It's like, just refer to that annex and a list of evidence-based programs. The UNODC has repeatedly updates its international standards on drug use prevention. And there's also a very systematic, very good systematic review there. And then there's a report. This is a really nice report by the WHO, the UNODC, and UNESCO, where it's focusing on education sector solutions to substance use disorders. And it takes, evidence-based programs and then gives you some kind of implementation examples of how these worked in different communities. Okay, the elephant in the room, the opioid crisis. I understand that all of you have been affected by this through your professional lives, probably through your personal lives, and I deeply sympathize with you, because I know your province has been terribly affected by this. This is not a new problem. This is something that, that we've been trying to address since the 90s, when we started to detect this growing problem. But it was only around 2017-18 that we started to recognize that this was a problem amongst young people. Up until that point, everyone was certain that this was a problem for 50-year-olds who had either been misusing opioids for a long time or who had been prescribed opioids for pain management. And then just before COVID, it was recognized that actually the most significant public health trend right now is amongst young people. Just in terms of hospitalizations first, and then in terms of opioid overdoses. And so as a result of this, CRISM received a large implementation science grant from Health Canada to address the opioid overdose crisis. So this was an emerging health threat, kind of specific strategic funding. And I led the youth at risk kind of subgroup of this nationwide program. And there's a special issue in the, the Canadian Journal of Addiction that I refer you to, which summarizes this kind of multi-component project. And so the question is, to start out, do we think that substance use disorders, or do we think that the personality targeted approach is at all relevant to the opioid crisis at the moment? Well, this is just one example of one study that would answer yes to this question, but there's, I think, another one here with undergraduates, and there are multiple studies showing that these traits that we've already identified as being associated with risk for early onset drinking and illicit substance use are also predicting which young people in the community are early users of prescription drugs or misusers of prescription drugs. And it's also telling us who is likely to become the opioid users. And it's those who are showing this profile of hopelessness and depression proneness, as well as that impulsivity profile, who is at risk for just polysubstance use, what I believe because of their lack of response inhibition. They just can't say no. That's the problem. But what you see here from this study is that the relationship between personality and risk for prescription drug misuse amongst adolescents is explained by the early onset of mental health symptoms and a variety of different mental health symptoms. So advocating for this mental health approach to the opioid misuse crisis, or at least part of it. And this study blew me away because I never thought that this would be the case. But this is a study that was conducted by Sherry Stewart and one of her students across a number of methadone maintenance clinics in Nova Scotia, and I think Montreal was included here. But they also showed that these same personality traits were predicting who is likely to misuse prescription drugs and other illicit drugs amongst people who were living with opioid dependence and being maintained on methadone. Even after controlling for the dose of methadone that they were being prescribed and using, you could not only predict who was likely to misuse other substances, but what substances they were likely to misuse. Again, hopelessness being related to the misuse of prescription opioids on top of their methadone. So there's a really important recognition now that this personality targeted approach could provide some solutions in terms of upstream interventions for the opioid crisis, amongst a number of other things that need to be done. And a plug for Lakshmi's journal here. There was the first thing we did in this pan-Canadian project was to do a systematic review on what evidence-based interventions exist for young users at risk of an opioid overdose, either because of their opioid use or because of other substance use. And the conclusions from this systematic review were that there are very, very, very few interventions available. Very few have been evaluated. Most of the evidence is on the utility and effectiveness of opioid substitution therapy. So that's really all that's available to a young person who presents with opioid misuse. There were two promising approaches. One, the personality targeted prevention approach, and the second, the PROSPER study, which included a kind of a life skills training program amongst a number. It was kind of a multi-year, whole school, whole community type of prevention approach that showed long-term effects on prescription drug use. So in response to the fact that there was very little, systematic evidence, this group, which included, you see here, all of the co-authors, many from I think your department or from your university, but we're referring to Rod Knight, who was, and I think Danya Fast is also from UBC, but some really great researchers based at UBC who contributed to this project. The sites across Canada agreed to host some youth engagement activities where, because of the lack of evidence, we needed to move towards some qualitative assessments to understand the risk in the community. And so Calgary had an expertise in recruiting and studying risk processes in family members who had been affected by the opioid crisis. In Montreal, we had an expertise for working with clinicians who are prescribing medication in a pediatric setting. In Vancouver, there was a lot of expertise on engaging youth with who are street involved, for example. And I won't go through through all this, definitely refer you to this special supplement that in the Canadian Journal of Addiction. But I think what's important is that the overwhelming feedback from the community, and these are people who are directly affected by the opioid crisis and by opioids, few opioid specific interventions for youth were available. Youth encountered a lack of information, guidance, support, interactions about opioid use beyond just the names and the dosing instructions. Youth desired engagements with professionals characterized by attentiveness, authenticity, and non-judgmental, non-stigmatizing content. What was fascinating is young people who were being prescribed opioids for pain talked about this dual stigma. They were stigmatized because of their medical condition, and then they were stigmatized by people in their community, including their teachers, for being on an opioid. And these young people also talked about how the opioids really did relieve the pain associated, the psychic pain associated with that stigma, and how that really did fuel a psychological dependence for them. It was a really very rich discussion that we had with many young people at risk. And then finally, there was this desire for more school-based workshops, face-to-face interactions and discussions related to risk for prescription drug misuse, including underlying mental health challenges, peer pressure, concerns about other people's use. So the school-based personality targeted approach very much aligned with what young people and their families were telling us about what kind of solutions we need in Canada to face this public health crisis. So I'm going to rush through things really quickly to take you to a trial that's not yet published, but there's a lot of studies that have come from this trial. The CoVenture trial. And the CoVenture trial was designed to not necessarily study whether personality targeted interventions could delay onset of substance use, because that science had already been very well established. No study had ever demonstrated that you could prevent someone from transitioning to a substance use disorder. So that was the primary outcome of the CoVenture trial. But it was also designed to study this pathway, this causal pathway to substance use disorders on the basis of the personality model. We had done some earlier work and identified that, I guess it's worth going back a few steps here. A really brilliant student of mine had used some of the data from one of my previous trials to test 3 different hypotheses as to how this personality targeted approach is working. Because study after study was coming out and demonstrating that this very brief intervention is having effects at 2, at 3, at 4, even 7 years post-intervention. And so she did a really nice design here where she looked at 6 months mediators of the long-term effects of this brief psychological approach, and tested the psychopathology reduction hypothesis, the developmental harm hypothesis, and then the common factors hypothesis. So the first would be the interventions working by reducing mental health symptoms. The second would be the interventions working by preventing young people from exposing themselves to substances and then protecting them over the longer term. And then the third is that the interventions working by, like, let's say, reducing impulsivity. And because that's involved in so many problems and future risk for addiction, by reducing impulsivity, you're having a long-term effect. And her study, this one study, preliminary study, suggests that it really was this developmental harm idea, that it was that, most of the long-term effects of the intervention were a result of or mediated by a short-term delay in onset of substance use. So that inspired this study where we're now testing kind of the causal pathway to substance use disorders within a randomized controlled design. And we also added a neuroimaging component to it. So the CoVenture trial is a massive study. I have what, like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 more minutes? Okay, so let's get into it, because it's turned out to be quite an interesting and great idea, I have to say. And I just found out today that Mark Lau was a reviewer back in 2010 for this study. So thank you, Mark, for allowing this study to happen. Okay, it's an epidemiologically representative sample of 31 schools in the Greater Montreal area. every school district in the Montreal area was represented in the sample. And what else do I have to say about it? So it includes about 4,000 seventh graders who entered into high school in the 2012-2013. So as I said, it represents each school district with respect to size and socioeconomic index. And it probably includes 15% of all the schools in the greater Montreal area. We were able, because the school input was so important at the time, that we were able to recruit 76% of all the students enrolled in that first grade. So 76% of all the students who entered into the seventh grade across those 31 schools were enrolled in our study. So there's very little bias in our sample, is what I'm trying to communicate. And essentially we recruited somewhere between 6 and 11% of all seventh graders in 2012-2013 in Montreal. There were no exclusion criteria for students, and there were 2 exclusion criteria for schools. They couldn't respect the protocol, they couldn't get it done, or they could not have more than 50% of their student body on some kind of special education code. So they couldn't be kind of a special education school. And what was also fun about this study is that we collaborated with schools to conduct neuropsychological assessments from the school. So they just put students through a 1-hour assessment battery in their computer laboratory at the time. And so we not only assessed mental health, substance use in students, but we also had them do a digital neuropsychological assessment, which included a spatial working memory task, delayed recall memory task, perceptual reasoning task, the Cattell culture figures intelligence test, which is similar to the Ravens task, and then an inhibitory control task, the Newman passive avoidance learning task that has a go, no go component to it. But it also allows you to look at reward sensitivity. So you can look at impulsivity in the context of reward or punishment. So the first step in this study was to demonstrate that there actually was a link between adolescent substance use and brain development. So to start, you notice that I use a lot of causal language in my talk, and I'm going to, I noticed that JAMA published an article very recently, giving me permission to do that under certain circumstances. It's a great article and a great development. The reason why I feel confident doing that is the way that I'm modeling my data. So because we have such large data and we have these repeated assessments, we use these multi-level models that allow us to essentially control for common vulnerability towards 2 sets of problems. So using either multi-level models or cross-lag panel models, depending on the question, we always include this random intercept for the different observations or the different variables that we're observing. So in this case, this latent variable represents someone's tendency to just have low cognitive functioning on a particular variable throughout the whole study. And this would represent someone's tendency to be a heavier substance user generally. And then we allow those 2 things to covary in our model. And so that's at the between level. And this is why we call them multi-level models. And then at the within person level, we begin to model if a young person has in a particular year increases their substance use, let's say cannabis use, in the second year of the study over and above their mean level of use for the whole year, for the whole 5 years, will you see an increase or a decrease on a cognitive measure relative to their own mean? Okay, so this is why we're starting to move into this causal language in relation to observational data, because we are accounting for not just how these 2 things could account for a cross-sectional relationship, but it also allows you to account for all other unmeasured variants that could account for the co-occurrence between these 2 sets of problems at the between person level. And all we're doing is looking at within person variation and how within person variation covaries. And what we found from, so the other thing that these models allow you to do is start to test different kinds of hypotheses. Actually, your models can include different ways in which two variables can be related to each other in one model. We call the correlation between the random intercepts common vulnerability. We call it, just to help people understand the process, the time-limited co-occurrence of variability between two sets of variables. So this would be like, basically, if substance use increases here, you'll see an increase or decrease in the cognitive functioning that same year, but you won't see lasting effects. So we call that a neuroplasticity effect. And then we talk about a neurotoxicity effect, which is if your substance use increased in this year, you might also have a decrease in cognition, but you observe a long-term effect on a cognitive variable, even if the substance use returned to that person's mean level of use. And what we did was we tested this with respect to adolescent onset alcohol use and cannabis use in this sample. And what we found was that there's an enormous overlap for alcohol between all cognitive variables and alcohol use, like general vulnerability, a common vulnerability for low cognitive functioning and early onset alcohol misuse. But we didn't see any within person covariance between cognition and alcohol use, which was surprising to us. However, cannabis had a very different profile, and some of you might already know about this study, so I'm not going to go on too long here, but what we were able to show is that there was essentially, this is a non-cannabis user, and the response inhibition, cognitive control in the 7th grade and up to the 10th grade, and they make fewer and fewer errors over time. If you're prone to cannabis use, you make more errors. And then if you used at that particular year, you made a few more errors, but if you used the year previously, you made even more errors. So there was this evidence of this neurotoxicity around cognitive control. These are unpublished data, but essentially using data from that NeuroVenture sub-study demonstrating that that effect of cannabis on cognitive control appears to be, biologically plausible in the sense that we also showed that within person effect of cannabis use is associated with general reduction in cortical thickness in the adolescent brain. So there's a gradient of effect. It's a very small effect if you're using once per month. If you're adding one cannabis, so if you're increasing your cannabis use by 1 day per week, you're getting a slightly larger effect. And then if you move from a particular state to an additional 4 times per week, it's a very robust effect. The effect is more accentuated in boys. And the regional specificity of this within person effect follows the regional specificity of density of cannabinoid CB1 receptors in the brain, according to PET imaging maps published elsewhere. So it's biologically plausible, and this is what why we're feeling more and more comfortable using some causal language here. So back to the outcomes, and this will be the last few minutes of my talk, the outcomes of the CoVenture trial. So as you see, we had 31 schools who were randomly assigned to be trained to deliver the CoVenture program, personality targeted interventions. And we leave students who don't report any of those 4 traits alone, and those who reported high scores, and we just kind of used a statistical approach, 1 standard deviation above the school mean on any one of those 4 traits, they were invited to participate in a 2-session personality targeted cognitive behavioral intervention. Now, I want to highlight this. This is the beauty of this upstream approach. So across the 15 intervention schools, school staff sometimes with research therapists' help, were able to deliver interventions to 88% of all students identified as having one of these 4 risk factors. So the only barrier really was the school's ability to deliver it, and that's something to just keep in mind. But if they got a little bit of assistance, we could do it. And 88% of everyone identified in the population received it. So these are students who scored 1 standard deviation above the mean on one of those 4 traits. And these are students who at the 7th grade reported not relating to one of those 4 traits. And so you see there's a 3-fold increased risk of transitioning to a substance use disorder over the course of the trial. And if the odds ratio for the endpoint is much higher, obviously. And if you deliver the intervention, so in schools where the interventions were delivered, what you see is that there was a little bit more risk in those schools, but there's an absolute risk reduction at that final time point of 23%. But we have a lot of dropout at the end. And so we spent probably as much time collecting data as we did analyzing these data. It was an enormous study to analyze. But using multi-level models, because the issue with this trial was that people come and go through the trial. They don't drop out permanently. And so we use more multi-level modeling to be able to allow a young person's data from this time point to inform their data from this time point if it was missing. And so using these kinds of approaches, and we used a variety of different ways of approaching it. We used kind of a more Bayesian method. We used the more frequentist approach and just a multi-level GLM model. What we showed is when you model the data this way, essentially kind of estimating what happened to the people who weren't available for follow-up, the odds ratios are much, much bigger. And so there's like annually a 30% reduction in the rate of growth of substance use disorders annually. And the odds ratios at the 4th and 5th time point were 0.5 and 0.25, which translates to 50% and 75% reduction of risk relative to their peers and relative to the control condition. And where we see the effects, it's interesting is, so this is comparing everyone to their baseline. And so you see that the effects start to reveal themselves actually quite early on, in the sense that there's no change, there's no increase in substance use disorder at the earlier time points in the intervention condition. Then you do see the increase, but then the groups differ by the end. So last point here, I have 2 slides, just like there is an effect on cannabis use outcomes, and they start to reveal themselves from the 3rd time point to the 5th time point. And then these are some data that I've just been analyzing, the go, no go task. So to what extent is this personality target approach that reduces cannabis use, that reduces a young person's transition to substance use disorder, to what extent can it protect cognitive development? And what we see here is that fascinating. This task is a challenging task, and about 25% of the sample completely failed the task, to the extent that you couldn't even analyze their data. And as many of you work with impulsive children, right? So, or impulsive people, it's like when they get frustrated, they just stop doing it, right? They just kind of misbehave, or will not comply. So that was the big outcome from this task, was just failing the task altogether. And so you see that in the 7th grade, about 30% of the sample do that, and then they get better and better at tolerating the task. And then we see a difference between the intervention and control condition on just being able to tolerate a go, no go task. And what's fascinating is that that effect reveals itself before the substance use effect. So I'll get back to you on this, but what we are going to try to figure out now is modeling the causal pathways. Is it through improving cognitive control that we're delaying substance misuse, or is it through early delay of alcohol and cannabis use that then you see an improvement in cognitive control, which then protects people? I wish I had the answers for you now, but that's how we're using randomized trials in order to begin to test some causal mechanisms in the pathway to substance use disorders. So with that, I just want to acknowledge that this approach to intervention is beginning to scale around the world. There's a whole other program of research that is even harder than this stuff, which is implementation science. It's really hard to do that kind of work. Preventure is very active in British Columbia as a result of the level of risk in your community. schools, health authorities, individuals, parents are contacting us daily, regularly. And we've trained hundreds of school-based facilitators in your province to do this work. And I'll tell you, they need your help. Okay, they are interested, they're trained, they have access to students, but they don't have enough resources to get the job done. And I think something that would be really helpful in this province is if we could somehow figure out how to get I know you are all overworked and have a long waiting list as well, but so do the schools. There's a model, there's an evidence-based approach, there's will, there's capacity now, and how to get this done in a systematic way from one year to the next is the next big challenge. And I think I'll just leave it there.
Well, thank you. This was awesome. Absolutely amazing. So we have time for 3 questions, but we're going straight to a break after this until 11 o'clock. So you will have the opportunity to approach Dr. Conroy personally after that and ask additional questions if you want. So which are the 3 questions I'm going to go for?
So, thanks very much for an outstanding presentation. Very impressive piece of work, particularly your co-venture trial, because as you correctly pointed out, most centers around the world, and in particular BC, is very much struggling with the opioid addiction issues. One of the approaches that our system tends to rely on is the harm reduction approach, right? And you're pointing out, we need to intervene earlier, think about the prevention kind of strategy, right? So I just wondered, obviously, that's looking at the preventing people from getting there, but we also have the problem with people that already are there, and how do we approach managing those people? And as I say, the strategies currently being used are primarily harm reduction. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts about, because I was in Istanbul, heard Nora Volkow give a presentation about this as well, and she highlighted a couple of challenges. One was accessing people that have the problem, what proportion are accessing care, and those that access, what proportion are actually getting evidence-based care. So how do we target those kinds of things?
Yeah. So, I do consider this harm reduction. And the ultimate harm reduction would be to not use at all. And I know that's unpopular amongst, some harm reduction communities, to the extent that, we've really been challenged, and sometimes working with communities who have taken on a harm reduction approach, they've just said, this doesn't fit with our shift towards harm reduction, but we get around it. We absolutely do. And we actually have a CIHR grant and study with Sherry Stewart, where we're following on those findings that we had from the methadone maintenance clinics. The programs have been adapted. It originally existed for adults, so it's now been revised and modernized and adapted for patients who are living with opioid use disorder as an adjunct to opioid substitution therapy. So I don't know what you want to call it. Is it a harm reduction, or is it mental health intervention? It clearly addresses what people are telling us they would like, and that is more mental health services. And I think the advantage of it is it's a place to start. And in fact, the very first study I did with women who were living in the community with substance use disorders, it had an effect in reducing substance misuse and prescription drug misuse, but it also had this in psychotherapy. So the people who received it were more likely to then get engaged with psychological services and stay with it. Whereas the people who were in the control group, when they got involved with other mental health services, it tended to be through the ER and more crisis type of services. So I mean, I see this as adjunct to all the other interventions and, you know, necessary policies that we need to be able to manage this problem. It's just, you know, as you saw from the results, it's not preventing everyone from transitioning to substance use. It's just part of the problem, but it's a pretty reliable effect. And it is helping some people avoid transitioning to substance use disorder. So, you know, why not start there? And then start to learn about the people who don't respond to these interventions and what could we do for them? Extend the intervention, combine it with pharmacotherapy. I mean, that's a very natural next step for this, isn't it? We talked about this last night with some of your colleagues, is the possibility of beginning to think about pharmacotherapy for these traits, these long-standing traits, as opposed to just applied to symptom profiles. And maybe you could use lower doses as a way to manage it, but you know, that's your job, not mine.
So this is fascinating work, Patricia. I'm really, really excited to see this data. So if I understand correctly the intervention, you identified about 10 to 15% of the students across the threshold of a problematic personality traits. You offer a 2-session intervention, and you had results that stayed positive up to 5 years later in terms of postponing or preventing the substance use, right?
Just one correction.
Yeah.
So it's 4 traits. So
Okay.
if you're one standard deviation, one standard deviation on
either
a
one
trait
of those
would
work.
be it would be the top 60 percentile of the population. Times 4, with very little overlap between the traits, actually, it's 45% of the population.
Okay.
It's 45% of the population. So that's why schools are, you know, potentially having a slightly harder time just getting this done. But it's but that matches the level of risk in the population, right? So it seems right.
Yeah.
But what schools are doing now is they're moving, you know, the risk exists on a gradient. And we've done area under the curve kind of prediction models. One standard deviation is somewhat conservative. You can lower your threshold to get more people. Some schools are doing that if they have more resources or if they're getting pushback from the community about, you know, screening around risk, they then just deliver it to the whole student body.
Right. Yeah. So 2 questions on that. So one is that you're looking at relatively stable personality traits as far as we understand, but even with a single point intervention, you still have effects that last for quite a long time, which is really, really impressive. My 2 questions on that. One is that, is there any impact on the mediator or moderating mental health diagnosis even before the substance use prevention or postponement? So that's question number 1. Question number 2 is there an impact on the social environment of that particular child? Because you're not randomizing on an individual level, randomizing on a school level, right? So if all of a sudden, you know, a few more people on that group of peers are not using or postponing their use, does that have a cascading effect within the network that is not only about the intervention, but it's actually changing the social environment where other kids that did not even receive an intervention are growing up with?
Yeah, great questions. So I can send you the papers. So there's quite a few papers on the secondary outcomes of these trials showing that you have similar preventive effects on mental health.
Fantastic.
And I just didn't have time to show you the slide, but you even have these kind of personality matched effects. So those who got the hopelessness intervention were more likely, because they're at such high risk for depression, transition to clinically significant levels of depression, that intervention was associated with kind of lower numbers to treat and a bigger effect. Similar for anxiety and similar for impulsivity to conduct problems. Okay. Now, as you know, this whole waiting for something to have its onset to then be able to say that, oh, well, its onset then triggered this onset, just doesn't work that way in psychiatry, because it's about the symptoms, right? It's about the intolerability of the symptoms. And it's not about getting a diagnosis or, finally reaching clinically significant levels. So it's just not working out that way. We see concurrent effects on mental health and substance use. And as I showed you, the earliest effects are on depression. There's a reduction in impulsivity, there's a reduction in anxiety sensitivity, but what seems to be mediating the long-term effects of the intervention is the delay of onset of substance use. Now, that could be a proxy for someone feeling better or feeling, less in need of self-medication. But that's the signal right now, but we need to do a lot more work in that area. And so these are 5-year outcomes from CoVenture. There's an Australian trial that would 7-year outcomes from 2 sessions. Yeah, and in relation to your question on kind of universal effects, so we have one study that did show that over 2 years, so yes, the high-risk students are earlier onset users and then are more at risk and exclusively at risk for alcohol-related harm. Their low-risk peers, as you saw from the slides, they just are at lower risk all the way through. That's why we call them that. But they end up matching their high-risk peers on frequency of alcohol use by the end of high school. So they do appear to be influenced by the culture. And we did show that if you can help the early onset higher risk students delay their substance use, the rest of the school delayed their substance use as well. There's just less of it going around. I mean, again, that's an assumption. It could also be that we just change the whole general approach to management of behavior, mental health in the school. And so the whole school benefited, but there's a lot to do there. And that really falls under the category of implementation science and process evaluation. Yeah. Thank you.
That was fun, actually. Nothing works on this lot. Let's get started, please. Okay, so we're ready for our next part of our program. I would like to introduce Dr. Claire Beasley, who is one of our faculty, who will be moderating this new session on the lightning talks. Over to you, Claire.
So thank you. I'm very pleased to be here to moderate this first session of Lightning Talks. So just to give you a bit of an overview, the Lightning Talks will have 6 speakers. Each talk will be approximately 5 minutes each. And then we'll take questions and answers at the end. So yeah, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. The first speaker is Dr. Nick Ainsworth. He's a 2023-24 Marshall Fellow, and he is doing research under the supervision of Dr. Sophia Fangu.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I've been told we each have 5 minutes, and I have 3 slides. So my talk is based on my Marshall Fellowship project, which is measuring psychomotor response to levodopa challenge as a biomarker for outcomes in the treatment of late life depression, and we're calling this the LL-DOPA trial, from late life depression, LLD, and DOPA. Oh, I see. Okay, there we go. So first of all, just a little bit of background. So the idea from this project came from some recent preclinical and clinical evidence suggesting that there may actually be a common biological substrate that links bradykinesia and other motor symptoms in Parkinson's disease and psychomotor slowing in late life depression. As many of you may know, in Parkinson's disease, basal gangliar dysfunction and specifically striatal dopaminergic dysfunction is core to the motor symptoms of Parkinson's disease, including physical slowing. And there's some recent evidence to suggest that individuals with late life depression who have psychomotor slowing may also have some striatal dopaminergic dysfunction. So if there's a shared mechanism there, then we might expect that psychomotor slowing is an important clinical construct that tells us something about the biology of the condition. We know it's associated with more severe depressive symptoms in older adults, as well as with frailty and impairments in gait speed and cognitive processing speed. And we can observe some striatal dopaminergic abnormalities in individuals on imaging. And there's some early clinical evidence to suggest that it may be reversible by exposure to levodopa. And in fact, that some of the actual observable striatal dysfunction may be reversible by L-DOPA exposure. So the conception of this trial was as a phase 2A trial. This is a known drug, levodopa carbidopa, but it's being used for an off-label experimental indication. So it went through Health Canada, which is now complete, and it's an open-label, single-arm pilot feasibility study to see if older adults can tolerate this medication and to investigate what biological effects it has. It's open to adults age 16 and over with moderate to severe depression, and it's going to have two phases. One is the challenge phase and one is the treatment phase. So you can see the overview of the trial design here, and I apologize, the text is a little bit small, but essentially participants with late life depression will be enrolled who have those criteria met. They'll receive a baseline battery of both psychiatric and neuropsychological measurements. And critically, they're going to have their gait speed tested, which is a more pure measure of motor speed, and then also their psychomotor speed tested through a processing speed task from the NIH toolbox, as well as a clinician-rated measure of psychomotor retardation, which is the core. They're then going to receive levodopa carbidopa at an escalating dose for 2 weeks. And at the end of that, they'll have their gait speed and other psychomotor metrics tested again to see if there's been any interval change in response to the challenge. Once they've come back to their depressive baseline, and because there is some evidence that levodopa may have a temporary antidepressant effect, we want to make sure that doesn't confound the clinical treatment phase. They'll then come back and complete clinical treatment as per clinician discretion. And what we want to see there, what the stretch goal is to look at whether or not there is actually a relationship between whether people get better with pharmacotherapy for their late life depression and whether they initially responded to the challenge. One of the interesting things that will be to look at in the future is whether individuals who have more of a pronounced psychomotor response also respond to antidepressants that act on the dopaminergic system. So that would include aripiprazole, which is a partial D2 agonist, as well as dopamine reuptake inhibitors such as bupropion. The study's been approved and we're actively recruiting now. And we've been advertising this far and wide. So anyone who has older adults struggling with depressive symptoms, regardless of whether or not they're treatment naive at any stage in their treatment, I'm trying to accumulate a caseload in my clinic and find individuals to recruit to this trial. They will undergo the study procedures at St. Paul's Hospital, but we can see them clinically at either St. Paul's or MSJ. And the hopeful impact here is really to move towards a more tailored or personalized approach to pharmacotherapy selection for older adults with depression based on their psychomotor profile. And with that, I will say thank you very much and hand it over to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to remind everybody to go to the Slido link and make sure that you vote for your favorite talk. So our next speaker is Dr. Quentin Clark. He's a PGY4 research track resident, and he's doing research under the supervision of Dr. Daniel Vigo.
Perfect. Pardon me. Can everybody hear me at the back? Wonderful. So good morning, everyone. As Dr. Beasley mentioned, I am Quentin Clark. I work with Dr. Daniel Vigo's lab. Today, I'll be speaking about self-harm, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts among Canadian university students with stimulant use disorder. Some of you may recall my talk from last year, actually, that was on a similar theme, but more related to demographic data related to Canadian university students with stimulant use disorder. So I hope this is a natural continuation of this topic. So in terms of the background related to this topic, many large American and Danish registry studies have looked at the association between stimulant use disorder in the general population with suicide attempt or suicide ideation. The results have been relatively conflicting, and there hasn't been kind of a clear direction as to whether or not stimulant use is associated with suicidality. In terms of DSM-5 defined stimulant use disorder, there's even fewer studies in relation to that, and in particular in relation to the university student population. As such, our research objective for this study really was to look at the prevalence of stimulant use disorder among Canadian university students, as well as examine the association between self-harm behaviors, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. The data that was used for this analysis was collected as part of the Student mental health project, the Minder app project done by the Vigo Lab. And it was collected using a weekly cross-sectional surveys of probabilistic samples of students from 3 major Canadian universities between February 2020 and November 2022. I should note that there was a 4th site as well, but unfortunately that data isn't being presented today. In terms of the analysis, we did a very basic descriptive analysis looking at demographics and prevalence, as well as creating logistic regression models for unadjusted and then adjusted odds ratios. The adjusted models did control for gender, age, ethnicity, lifetime major depressive disorder that was defined using DSM criteria, lifetime bipolar disorder, again, defined using DSM criteria, and lifetime psychotic episode. I should note that the definition of stimulant use disorder was also based on DSM criteria that was used in this analysis. So in total, we had about 99.7% of participants in our overall survey meeting inclusion criteria for this specific study. That is about 25,000 participants. Of those participants, about 1.6% met criteria for stimulant use disorder. The median age of our respondents was 24 years of age, and the majority of respondents were cis women at about 53% in terms of gender. But I would note that in the survey overall, women were greater represented among respondents. In terms of race and ethnicity, the predominant respondent group was white individuals. I won't spend a great deal of time speaking about the unadjusted odds ratios, but when you compare them there to the adjusted odds ratios for each of the outcomes that are highlighted in the red boxes there, we'll see that they do attenuate somewhat, but still remain statistically significant and elevated with a increased odds between kind of 2.5 and 4, depending on the outcome measure. Suicide attempt being the having the greatest odds and greatest association among individuals with stimulant use disorder. There are some other interesting data there in that table as well. I won't speak on it, but if anybody has questions about it, I'm more than happy to answer those later. So in conclusion, lifetime stimulant use disorder meaningfully increased the odds of lifetime self-harm, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempt among Canadian university students. These findings really should be used to inform health promotion and public health policy interventions on campus, particularly in the institutions that this data was drawn from. More than happy to take some questions later on, but that's it for today.
Great. So our third speaker is Elizabeth Gregory. Elizabeth is an MD PhD student in experimental medicine, supervised by Dr. Fidel Vila Rodriguez. To you.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. I'll be presenting some work from my PhD thesis project. So this is the sort of second research chapter that I've just been working on over the last few months. So in this, I'm going to be talking about the acute effects of transcranial magnetic stimulation on brain-heart dynamics in treatment-resistant depression. Get into what that means in a second. So first, I'd like to orient you all to the central autonomic network. So this is a collection of cortical and subcortical regions in the brain that are involved in modulating our cardiac autonomic output. And we know that dysregulation of the autonomic nervous system is a key component of major depressive disorder. And in particular, this is demonstrated by a decrease in heart rate variability in depression. Now, something else to point your attention to here is you may note the nodes of the central autonomic network are also heavily implicated when studying sort of areas that have aberrant connectivity in depression. So with TMS, we've seen that TMS modulates heart rate. So interestingly, there is a deceleration of heart rate when TMS stimulation is presented. And so far, the studies that have found this have looked at data on ECG collection during TMS treatment, but that sort of link between the brain and the heart is missing. So there's sort of hypothesis that TMS is modulating the central autonomic network, which is leading to these changes in heart rate, but there hasn't been any direct sort of causal evidence yet to support this hypothesis. So my project aimed to assess the causal effects of TMS on brain-heart connectivity and kind of provide a mechanistic basis for this hypothesis. So for this, I have this very cool data set. It was originally published in 2022, led by Dr. Ruang Ji, who's in the audience here, and you'll hear from later today. But essentially, this was a study design where we delivered TMS in the MRI scanner. So we were able to capture what is happening to the brain when you send pulses of TMS in the moment. Something else that we had there, very fortuitously, it was collection of ECG data while we were delivering this TMS in the scanner. So this allows me to assess what is going on with the brain and the heart and how they communicate with one another while TMS is being delivered. So essentially, I derived time series for cardiac activity as well as for the bold signal of these central autonomic network nodes and computed their covariance over time. And sort of my two questions here were, one, does TMS perturb how the brain and the heart communicate? And two, if there are these perturbations, are these associated with treatment outcomes? So do we care about this, or is this just an epiphenomenon? So for my findings, just cut right to the chase and say that we found that TMS does in fact causally increase brain-heart connectivity. So in these diagrams, you'll see that during the TMS scan, so the one in the middle, you see an increase in functional connectivity between the brain and the heart. And so that's kind of my first aim. Yes, it does affect the brain and the heart and the way they communicate. So then the second question, does this relate to treatment outcomes? Do we actually care about this for our patients? And the answer from the data seems to be yes. So we did find significant effects for heart-brain connectivity within the left anterior cingulate cortex. So the more the brain-heart connectivity increased during TMS, the better people got after a 4-week course of TMS. So this suggests that this might be quite important in the antidepressant mechanism of TMS. We'll note some key limitations to kind of temper the exciting results here. So the first being the sample size is quite small, 21 subjects. Secondly, the conclusions are limited to the TMS protocol used. So this was in right-sided stimulation. You may be aware that left-sided stimulation is the more common protocol, so yet to be determined whether this holds up in that protocol as well. And then lastly, this is a cross-sectional design. So the sort of ability to make inferences about changes over time with the treatment are limited. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Chitra Premraju, a 2023-24 IMH Marshall Fellow who is under the research supervision of Dr. Lakshmi.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting my research topic on can metabolites quantified with proton magnetic resonance spectroscopy in the hippocampus predict future mood recurrences in the first episode mania patients, which is a 5-year follow-up study. And my supervisor is Dr. Lakshmi Anyatham, and I also work with Erin Macmillan, who helps me with the MRS analysis. So introduction. So as we all know, bipolar disorder is a recurring, relapsing, severe mental illness with a significant impact on the quality of life of patients. And there are clinical predictors identified for these relapses and recurrences, say, for example, subsyndromal anxiety, depression, and then comorbidities associated with bipolar disorder, and number of previous episodes, polarity of the current episode, and et cetera, and et cetera. However, there are no biomarkers associated with predicting the relapse or recurrences in these patients. So we have magnetic resonance spectroscopy studies, especially proton magnetic resonance spectroscopy studies, which have found in bipolar disorder patients, there is decrease in N-acetyl aspartate, which is a neuron or axon marker, which indicates the neuronal integrity. And it also has shown that there has been increase in glutamate, especially in hippocampus, where which is implicated in the pathophysiology of bipolar disorder mostly. And glutamate being an excitatory neurotransmitter, there has been significant, there are so many studies that show that there has been dysfunction with excitatory neurotransmission. However, these findings have been inconsistent with a heterogeneous sample. So say, for example, these patients were in different episodes, or say they were in a different stage of illness, the duration of illness was different, and then the medications effects were not accounted, and variable methodologies were used, and with respect to quantification of these metabolites like ratio method, and then also we have 1.5 Tesla findings, which reduces the quality of interpretation, and etc. So the objective of this study was to examine if the baseline metabolite levels of NAA and glutamate measured using the proton magnetic resonance spectroscopy studies in FEM patients, that's the first episode mania patients, a more cleaner sample, predict recurrences who have had follow-up over a period of 5 years. So the sample is a part of STOP-EM study, which is systematic treatment optimization program, early mania program run in our lab. We had patients of 14 to 25 years old who met the DSM criteria of first episode mania. And these patients were recruited within their 3 months of remission. Age and sex matched healthy controls were also recruited. And we also localized the hippocampus using PRESS sequence, which is point result spectroscopy sequence, and measured these metabolites non-invasively. And these metabolites include NAA, glutamate, creatine, and various other metabolites. So the data processing was done using FSL MRS software, and which included voxel segmentation mapping, and then correction of phase corrections and residual water peak removal with MRS data fitting and checking of the quality, which led on to the spectra with NAA peak and the glutamate peaks shown here. And we analyzed this with the quantification of these metabolites were done, and the results, this is a preliminary analysis. So we have 17 patients and 17 controls. And the baseline N-acetyl aspartate was found to be significantly higher in patients versus controls, whereas the baseline glutamate values were lower. It was trending towards significance. It was not very, it was not significant enough. But however, what is the reason for completely upside down finding could be possibly alluded to the treatment effects, because we have studies that have shown that lithium and valproate have neuroprotective effects and have shown to reduce the NAA levels and glutamate, reduce the glutamate levels and increase the NAA levels back to normal, and also arrested the neuroprogression, have neuroprotective effects. So the primary objective of the study was to see if they predicted the time to first recurrence or not, for which we use Cox regression analysis. However, we did not find any significant results, which led us to conclude that early in the course of illness, there are no significant biomarker changes indicating that their treatment has been effective and the importance of early intervention. Our future plan is to analyze the follow-up scans of these patients, because we have follow-up at 1, 3, 5, 7, and 10 years on the same patients and the controls, which is going to be exciting and which will give us the metabolic signature of the bipolar disorder patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Nicole Sanford, an adjunct research fellow under the supervision of Dr. Sophia Frangu.
Okay, so thank you all for being here today, and an extra special thank you to the members of the admin team who got here at 7 a.m. and put this all together for us. So as most of you know, bipolar disorder is typically diagnosed in late adolescence or early adulthood when a manic episode strikes. However, signs of bipolar disorder often emerge several years before this happens. And while offspring of parents with a history of mental illness are known to be at a heightened risk of developing mental illness themselves, the family history, of course, does not account for all cases of bipolar disorder. So in this study, we explored early neuroimaging biomarkers of bipolar disorder and their potential interactions with familial risks. We analyzed data in youth ages 9 to 11 years old from the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development, or ABCD study. Participants were grouped by diagnosis, so assigned as either typically developing controls or youth with symptoms of bipolar disorder. And these diagnostic groups were further subdivided based on whether they had at least one parent with a history of mental illness. For the neuroimaging markers, we obtained regional measures of cortical thickness, surface area, and gray-white matter contrast, cortical, pericortical, and subcortical neurite density, and subcortical volumes. Then multivariable ANOVAs were performed on all markers to examine interactions and main effects of diagnosis, parental history, and age, with sex included as a covariate. And post hoc analyses were performed only for effects that survived false discovery rate correction. Okay, so there's a lot more detail in my poster that you can see in the online gallery. But broadly speaking, main effects of diagnoses across the regions generally showed higher cortical thickness, surface area, higher subcortical volumes, and higher gray-white matter contrasts in controls, whereas cortical and subcortical neurite densities were generally higher in bipolar youth. This figure here shows overlays of average effect sizes in terms of t-values across the different types of measures within each region. So the regions that are darker blue are areas that more consistently showed a significant difference between controls and bipolar youth, whether the difference was thickness, neurite density, or some other measure. For example, within the cortical regions, the anterior cingulate in both hemispheres, the left insula, and the left rostral middle frontal gyrus all had fairly high effect sizes on average. And within the subcortical regions, we can see that the right accumbens area had high effect sizes on average. And important to note that this was specific to the main effect of diagnosis. There were actually no significant main effects of parental history and no interactions between parental history and diagnosis. The only significant results that involved parental history were in 2 cortical regions, both of which showed diagnosis by parental history by age interaction that was specific to gray-white matter contrasts. So shown here are the left rostral middle frontal gyrus and the left pars opercularis. We can see in both cases, the interaction was driven by decreased gray-white matter contrast from around age 10.5 years old, specifically in bipolar youth with a parental history of mental illness. So to summarize, the effect differences that were found between controls and bipolar youth could reflect potential biomarkers that are robust to parental history of mental illness. And in addition, there may be selective abnormalities in gray and white matter differentiation in bipolar youth at heightened familial risk, which perhaps could be early signs of more severe future illness or some other factors that are unique to youth with family history of mental illness. Of course, further analyses of longitudinal data will be required to answer that question. So thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, so our final speaker for this session is Dr. Sean Stokmansky, who recently completed his residency in the Fraser Research track, and he's under the research supervision of Dr. Veronica Hush.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak to you on the clinical pathologic correlations in older adults with schizophrenia. My name is Sean Mansky, and this was done in collaboration with Elizabeth Gregory, who spoke earlier, Elena Aranz, Joseph Maria Harrow, Fidel Villa Rodriguez, and my supervisor, Veronica Hirsch-Reinshagen. So in schizophrenia, cognitive impairment is a pervasive and severe symptom domain in schizophrenia affecting attention, learning, and memory, as well as working memory and executive function. It often presents prior to the prodromal phase of schizophrenia, but once the diagnosis is made, it's usually well established. The deficits are shown to remain relatively stable throughout the disease course, but accelerates with aging. And unfortunately, we don't know the basis of this acceleration. So in my project, we're trying to correlate the cognitive impairments with the postmortem neuropathological findings in elderly patients with chronic schizophrenia. So we have 39 samples from older adults with chronic schizophrenia. They were followed throughout their disease course. The data included clinical assessment, neurocognitive testing, as well as detailed postmortem neuropathological evaluation. Using the results we had, the cases were grouped into mild executive dysfunction, moderate cognitive dysfunction or impairment, as well as severe cognitive impairment based on these testings, and then further dichotomized into mild or significant neuropathology based on the likelihood of identified neuropathological changes. We then evaluated these groups in terms of demographic, clinical, and neuropathological characteristics. So this table here just shows the distribution of patients between the neuropsychiatric and neuropathological groups. Our strongest components were with the mild neuropathology, as well as the severe and moderate cognitive impairment groups. When we look into cognitive testing with the digit span forward, there was no significant differences between the neuropathological groups. However, in the neuropsychiatric tested groups, we have a p-value equal to 0.002. And we see the same pattern in the digit span backwards with no significance in the neuropathological group, but p-value equal to 0.002 among the digit span backwards in the group here. When we move a bit outside of the specific cognitive testing with the consortium to establish a registry for Alzheimer's disease battery, we now finally see a bit of difference in the neuropathological group with a p-value equal to 0.03. And again, another strongly significant difference among the neuropsychiatric group with a p-value equal to 0.001. Global assessment of functioning, again, because it's a little outside of the cognitive domain, we see some differences in the neuropathological group with a p-value equal to 0.001, but surprisingly, for one reason or another, we don't see much of a difference in the neuropsychiatric group. Then looking at age of death, as well as disease duration, both in the neuropathological and neuropsychiatric groups, we do see significant differences among our data. But what we're most proud about and most excited about is in the MMSE, the mini mental status testing, which is sort of the coup de grace for cognitive testing. In this population, we saw no significant differences in the neuropathological group. However, in the neuropsychiatric group, which usually the distribution is based on, we see a very significant difference with a p-value of less than 0.0001. So in summary, participants that passed away at an older age and experienced a longer duration of disease were more likely to have a higher burden of neurodegenerative pathology, and this correlated to lower scores on dementia-related testing, such as the CIRAD, the consortium to establish a registry in Alzheimer's disease, as well as a global assessment of functioning. But with MMSE, and along with other cognitive tests, such as the digit span forward and backwards, there was no significant difference along the neuropathological groups, whereas there was significant differences among the neuropsychiatric groups. This suggests that accelerated age-related cognitive impairments seen in chronic schizophrenia occur independent of the neurodegenerative and other pathological changes that are commonly used to explain the deficits in the older adult population. And so as far as what the next steps include, we're going to implement some digital spatial profiling technology to evaluate cell-specific markers in the hippocampus and the cerebellum of patients with schizophrenia, as well as Alzheimer's disease and neurologically unaffected controls. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'd like to thank all of the speakers. You all kept to time, which was amazing. Again, I'd like to remind everyone in the audience to vote for your favorite talk. And I'd like now to invite all of the speakers down to the front, and we'll have some time for question and answers.
I'll start and maybe others will follow. I think I would like to ask about the association between the degree of cognitive impairment and neuropathology in the context of schizophrenia. And if other mechanisms explain cognitive impairment, what are these other mechanisms, do you think?
So that's what the digital spatial technology that we're using, because clearly neuropathology on itself. Yes, that's the whole idea through the implementation of the digital spatial technology, because clearly neuropathology itself isn't able to, dissociate who's going to be cognitively impaired versus not. And so we're going to have to look at cell-specific markers. And the whole idea with using the Alzheimer's disease sort of cohorts as comparison, because we're looking into, cell-specific markers such as inflammatory markers, astrocytes, because those seem to be the leading sort of role in degeneration, or at least changes in synaptic connections that might not show up as true neuropathology as far as imaging is concerned and gross postmortem studies. So those are going to be our most sort of significant pathway looking forward, and see what markers, either inflammatory or astrocytic, can be sort of the strongest.
So when you say markers, you mean
number of cells and exactly. So we're going to look at antibodies specific to those markers and in those cells as far as exactly at the synaptic level. You're welcome.
I guess question for Nicole. Wondering about the changes in cortical thickness. You said the controls that their cortex was thicker, but then the bipolar group had greater density of dendrites. Can you do some kind of back of the envelope calculations and to see if those are related? Is it just a question of I don't know, a bigger, larger brain, or more swelling or volume, I guess? Does that account for it, the change in dendrites?
Right. So with this particular, just, very exploratory, mass univariate analysis, didn't look at, intercorrelations between the different regions, if that's what you're talking about. I did check that there was no difference between groups in intracranial volume. There's a difference there, so I didn't include it in the model. What I have been doing, but don't have the results together to present, is a multivariate approach called HYDRA, which stands for heterogeneity of something. Basically creates clusters within the patient group compared to a healthy control group. And that's more the next step of what I would be going with, to see if there's sort of multivariate or intercorrelations among increased volume, increased neurite density. Does that kind of answer your question? No? Sure. Okay.
My question is for Nick. You mentioned about patients in geriatric population when they have psychomotor slowing, antidepressants that are dopaminergic or Abilify are better options. What about low dose stimulants? Would you consider?
That's a great question. So that has been looked at a little bit. Actually, one of my US collaborators, Helen Vretsky in California, has looked at that with her group. They've done a couple of methylphenidate studies, and you do see some cognitive and depressive impacts, positive, of methylphenidate. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think anyone has looked specifically at psychomotor retardation, but yeah, that is an area of interest. So far, the results clinically have been fairly modest, but yes, theoretically, any drug that modulates the dopamine system might have a motor effect. But I think that the thinking with methylphenidate might be that because it operates more in a way that has more prefrontal cortex impacts than basal ganglia, you might not see quite the same potency of an effect that you would with a direct dopamine analog or a dopamine agonist.
I have one more question for Quentin, I guess. Your research had a very large population, and it was very impressive. But I wonder, the diagnosis that you categorize, like it didn't have ADHD and it didn't have BPD. So I wonder those diagnoses and impulsivity, stimulant use, those diagnoses per se will affect a lot more than, like, I feel like in your population than depression alone.
Yeah.
In the outcome, like suicidal ideation or attempts.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Certainly, particularly around BPD and the kind of association, obviously, with suicide attempt and suicidal ideation and self-harm behaviors. In terms of the data, we do have some data related to ADHD, but nothing related to personality disorder, unfortunately. So that may be a future thing for us to look at in terms of ADHD in particular, in terms of what is feasible for us to look at. But yeah, it's a good point.
Hi, thanks everyone for the talk. Just a quick question for Elizabeth, if I could. With regards to the RTMS and the correlation with cardiac functioning, what is it that you measure for that correlation? Is it heart rate, blood pressure? The reason being that the technology itself can be rather anxiety provoking, right? The noise itself, sometimes people feel a sensation on their scalp. And if you are measuring like a heart rate or blood pressure variation, could that not just be because of the experience of the patient themselves?
Yeah, I think that is a really great point that has often been brought up in this line of research. So yeah, to clarify, apologies for not making that more clear in my presentation. This was heart rate that we were looking at. It's something that is interesting. So if it was driven by anxiety and sort of the sensory aspects of TMS, you would expect it to kind of go up, right? And so we see very consistently that TMS decreases heart rate. It sort of slows the system, which is very interesting and kind of unexpected if you're assuming this is kind of an anxiety response. I think that is still a bit of an important confound that maybe will require different types of designs to really parse out that my data probably can't parse out. So I think that'll be an important limitation in the interpretations. Having said that though, the fact that the heart rate and brain activity coupling increases during the TMS, wouldn't necessarily expect that to be driven by anxiety per se. And especially because the coupling increase is related to better treatment outcomes. We see that generally so far in data analyses of this, it's still a bit of a newer line of work, but generally anxiety is associated with worse treatment outcomes for TMS. So if this was kind of driven by more anxiety and this sort of brain coupling being like an anxious state, I wouldn't expect that to drive outcomes. I mean, this is a couple of leaps I'm taking here. I think we can't really draw any firm conclusions on this thought from my data, but I'm personally not convinced that that's the case. But we can chat more about it later. Yeah.
If I may, just a quick follow-up on that. Right-sided versus left-sided, given that the frequencies of the stimulation is different and theoretically, inhibitory versus more excitatory. Did you notice a change in terms of the nature of that coupling with heart rate?
Yeah. So again, because we only used right-sided here, there's actually no data set in existence, to my knowledge, that has looked at this question in the fMRI scanner while delivering left-sided high-frequency stimulation. So this is the only data set that is looking at this question, and unfortunately, it's only in right-sided 1 Hertz stimulation. So I would suspect there are some differences in how the protocols affect brain-heart couplings. So there have been some studies looking at heart rate changes, not in the scanner, so just collecting ECG data and stimulating over various areas in the cortex. And generally, both frequency and hemisphere do have an effect. So, what the mechanism is, I'm not sure at this point. there is some lateralization in the brain's autonomic functions. So, right versus left has different sort of sympathetic versus parasympathetic drives. So I would imagine there's something there, but unfortunately, the way this was designed, we can't, answer that question yet. Yeah.
Question for Sean. I see that in your study you use the MMSE as a tool for screening, which is really big tool. Have you considered some point to use the MoCA, which is more diagnostic tools?
Yes, that's a very good question, very good suggestion. This data set is actually quite old. These patients were from Barcelona, and so they were followed through the course of their disease. And so at that time, the MoCA wasn't really a standardized exam, and it wasn't translated into multiple languages standardized at that point in time. So the MMSE was used just for its how easy it was and how most raters are able to accurately perform it without any formal training. And so it was just for ease of use at that time. But definitely a MoCA would probably have a lot more, cognitive aspects and able to delineate more, frontal executive cognition deficits.
It's a question for Chitra. I know this N-acetyl aspartate is something that gets measured a lot in neuroimaging studies. How do you feel it kind of fits in with neurotransmission? As a basic scientist, I don't know, we still don't know. We've been studying it for a long time, but what's your feeling?
I think that's a great point. I've been feeling the same way too, because it's been studied, like whatever I have been, the study so far, I think it's the easiest to measure and it has been studied so far and it's widely present. And also similarly, creatine has been studied that way very widely. So I just, maybe we just have to standardize the way of like capturing the MRS and then see over a period of time if which it keeps adding up to the evidence or not, like to look at the other metabolites too, as well as maybe I was also looking at something like a composite marker. So whether adding up to that any other markers, if we add up to it and then see if that kind of makes any difference. So yeah, that's my take on it.
I have a question for Quentin. I guess I'm just wondering with stimulant use disorder, if that was independent of other factors at the same time. So potentially was the suicidal ideation, suicidal attempts during an MDE, but they're also positive for stimulant use. And the MDE is more reflective of the actual issue as opposed to the stimulant use. So I'm wondering if stimulant use disorder was independent of other variables.
Great. Pardon me. Great question. In terms of stimulant use disorder, what we looked at, and in terms of the DSM-related variables and co-occurring conditions, each of them was lifetime rather than in past 30 day or past year. And so what we were looking at, again, didn't really specify when these conditions occurred or necessarily the temporality of that relationship. And so good question. I don't have a great answer, I'm afraid, but it was more looking at lifetime associations between the two.
A question for Gregory. Firstly, a clarification. The increased coupling, do you mean that heart rate went down and connectivity went down? Is that what you actually mean by that?
So yeah, so they're co-varying together. They actually both go, the covariance, I guess if they both go down, if one goes down, the other goes down. It's basically the time series covariance. So I created a time series and computed.
When connectivity goes down, heart rate goes down.
Yes, that's correct.
In a similar way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we know that the Bolt signal is 80% really blood signal.
Yeah.
So do you think that less blood going to this region, less connectivity, and that's what it is? And essentially in the future, we just have to ask people to hold their breath so that they can decelerate the heart rate.
Yeah. So I think maybe what you're getting at is, okay. I think what you're getting at is, can we modulate kind of the heart-brain coupling?
It's not a coupling in the sense that if you have less blood going to your brain because your heart
Okay.
rate is down, then the bold signal is the amplitude is also down and the frequency is also down. Just sort of thinking if you have an explanation beyond that.
I see it. Okay. I think I'm putting together what you're saying. Yeah. So with our heart rate signal, it's actually been convolved to what's called the cardiac response function. So this was derived about a decade ago by I can't remember the names of the group, but anyways, it was a deconvolving heart rate signal from the bold signal. So you can essentially kind of use this as like a denoiser for physiologic signal, because as you're saying, changes in blood flow make up a huge part of the bold signal. So that's a massive confound when you're looking at the associations between the brain and the heart rate. So we convolve this signal to the cardiac response function so that you kind of deal with that confound there. And in our data, we've used ICA aroma, which is sort of a physiologic motion signal corrector. When I've looked at the data in terms of, like using retro I-core or something like that to pull out that physiological signal, it's already quite well removed by the ICA aroma. So I'm pretty confident that it's not coupling so much with the blood flow as with sort of the neural signal of the bold activity. We can maybe chat about this a bit more later.
Just wondering how history of second part is whether you think it would be possible or fruitful to restrict to history of parental mood disorder or
Great question. So to answer your first question, that was determined by the adult self-report. The parents in the ABCD study also did questionnaires and self-reports along those lines. And then to your second question, whether it would be fruitful to narrow it down, I would have liked to do that. There actually wasn't a huge percentage of the data where a parent specifically had a mood disorder. So it was mostly driven by, have you had to see a psychiatrist? Have you been treated for a mental illness?
Yeah, we'll take one more question. I just wanted to check whether there was any questions on the Zoom first. No questions? Okay, thanks, Joe.
Yes, so this is based off of a pilot protocol that was oriented towards a bit of a different research question, but established some tolerability at these doses. So it's starting with 150 milligrams of levodopa once daily, and then increasing to a twice daily dosing at the same. So titrating after the first week from 150 once daily to 150 twice daily, which is paired with, I think, 37.5 milligrams in each tablet of carbidopa. So for 2 weeks, so 1 week at each dose, and then at the end of the second week, that's when the retesting of the various measures of psychomotor speed will happen, with the timing, the ideal timing planned to be 1 hour after the second dose of that final day.
So I'm just wondering about the thinking around this. Potentially just picking out the absolute.
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and that's one I've gotten a couple of times. We're not going to be able to conclusively rule out prodromal Parkinson's disease. One thing that is part of the protocol is a smell test as part of the screening. And so if there is clinical anosmia, as one easy and straightforward thing to screen for, of course, it's not going to be perfectly sensitive for someone with early either idiopathic Parkinson's disease or secondary Parkinsonism or atypical Parkinsonism, but the hope is to screen out some of those individuals. And then if other clinical signs manifest during their treatment, that's going to be an important confound to consider. So short answer is we can't, but we're going to do our best.
There is a question for Dr. Gregory. There's some suggestion that PMS could be used to manage cardiac arrhythmias, Is there any study that has data this?
So first, just a clarification, no doctor to my name yet, still a few more years. I actually am not familiar with that literature, and that I think is a great signaler to me to look into it. I was not aware that that was being used for cardiac arrhythmias. I think that's super cool. I would love to learn more about it, but I don't have a great answer for that.
Okay, are there any more questions? If not, please join me in thanking the speakers once again.
So, thank you all for coming back after our lovely lunch. And now I would like to introduce Trisha Chakrabarti, again, a member of our faculty, assistant professor, who's going to take us through most of the remaining of the research day. Trisha.
So we're going to get started with our second set of 5-minute lightning talks. Just a reminder that at the end of the session, to make sure you're logged into Slido to vote for your favorite lightning talk. Also, I believe the polling for your favorite poster is now open on Slido and open until 2 p.m. So to start off with, we have Dr. Tara Gartner, who is a PGY3 research track resident under the research supervision of Dr. Rena Sharon at the UBC School of Music.
So I'm going to speak today about a study that I've been working on in collaboration with some folks at the School of Music and in the Faculty of Education and in the Department of Neurology, so an interdisciplinary project. It's a study that looks at the effects of virtual group singing on measures of well-being in an online singing group that was run through the BC Brain Wellness Program. And it was a mixed methods study, and today I'll present some of the quantitative results because that's what I was responsible for. So the benefits of group singing have been relatively well documented, and they're believed to result not only from the emotional effects of music itself, but also because of the requirement for deep breathing during singing, as well as the prominent social bonding effects that come from singing and acting in synchrony. But as I'm sure you're aware, during the pandemic, group singing was forced online, and this is a choir facilitator conducting on Zoom on her iPad. And if you've ever tried to sing with other people over Zoom, you know that audio lag makes it basically impossible. Group singing online involved having everybody muted except for the choir facilitator. But at the same time, this also pushed the development of new technologies. And now there are platforms such as Jack Trip, which synchronize audio inputs so that online groups can actually all hear each other singing in synchrony without a noticeable lag. Now, most singing groups now have returned to in-person meeting, but for therapeutic singing groups, retaining an online format allows accessibility for people who have reduced mobility or immune concerns. And for many people, virtual groups are going to be the reality. So we wanted to understand the benefits of online group singing and to compare the two different formats, muted singing over Zoom versus audible singing using the Jack Trip platform. So we studied an online singing group that included people with neurological disorders, caregivers, and older adults, so a mixed population. We had 18 participants in our group. The first 7 sessions were delivered over Zoom, so the participants were muted, and the last 5 sessions used the Jack Trip platform, so everybody could hear each other singing. And we collected questionnaire data before and after every session, asking questions about mood, pain, and connectedness. And we also collected salivary samples to measure salivary cortisol, a measure of stress, before and after selected sessions. So to measure mood, we use a subset of questions from the PANAS, the Positive Negative Affect Schedule. And these graphs show the change in emotion. So we took the responses after the session and subtracted the responses before the session. The red or orangey dots are the Zoom sessions and the blue are the Jack Trip sessions. And we found that singing sessions increased positive emotions and decreased negative emotions when we used a composite of the responses. There was also an effective session that was mostly driven by session 8, as you can see, which was the very first Jack Trip session. That session was riddled with frustration on the part of the participants. You can imagine a group of seniors trying to use a new software. And so there were people who could not connect. It was very frustrating for the group. And at the same time, the choir facilitator, like 2 days before that session, had a death in her immediate circle, and she shared that information with the group. So it was a very sad session as well. So lots of things created that blip, but you can see that the emotion, positive emotion, increased in subsequent sessions and peaked in session 11. We think that it went back down in session 12 because after the session, people were sad that the course was over. And we speculate that if we had done more sessions, we would have seen the positive emotion in the Jack Trip sessions level out at a level that's probably higher than it was in Zoom. But for now, there was no significant difference between the two. We also asked about how connected the participants felt to each other, and they found that they felt more connected after the sessions than before. And again, there's a trend towards increased feelings of connection in the Jack Trip sessions, but that didn't reach significance. We asked about pain. Self-reported pain decreased during singing sessions with no difference between the two platforms. The changes in pain are quite small because many of the participants did not have a lot of pain in either before or after the sessions, but it is a significant decrease. We measured salivary cortisol, as I mentioned. Salivary cortisol decreased over the session, so that indicating stress was lower after the singing session than before. The fact that there's no difference between either pain or salivary cortisol between the two different platforms suggests that the benefits of singing for pain and physiological measures of stress are due to perhaps the breathing effects of singing rather than the social connectedness piece. Participants overall reported that their experience of each session was very positive, consistently about 4 out of 5 for the Zoom sessions, and increasing over the Jack Trip sessions as they got used to using that software. So our results support the use of virtual group singing as an alternative to in-person singing and suggest that the synchronized audio platforms might have additional benefit in terms of social bonding compared to Zoom, but that perhaps some of the other more physiological effects are due to the breathing that's involved with singing. And as I mentioned, this was a mixed method studies, and there's a whole qualitative portion of this study that I haven't talked about, but I'll end with this participant quote. I remember coming out of the room and saying to my husband, I feel great. And it's because of the music and the singing and being able to belt it out, and I guess getting all of that oxygen in. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was a very uplifting start to this session. Our next speaker is Dr. Walter Senna, who's a 2002-2003 IMH Marshall Fellow under the supervision of Dr. Todd Woodward.
Okay, so I'll talk about what I've been doing these years, the development of neurocognitive assessments, all these 5 domains designed for low frequency eye trackers. There's something wrong with the images here. I hope the rest is working. So this is Jack's chart. It's kind of well known regarding dementia. And this is just an example. It's not based on real data. It's just for us to understand this concept that here is a CSF collection for detecting biomarkers, a PET scan, in this case, amyloid PET scan. And both of them kind of maybe come to, before other biomarkers like blood-based biomarkers, neurocognition assessments, and finally daily function. So the main idea here is that these more invasive biomarkers show before, and that's the problem. The solution to that, this is a real world presentation I did recently. It's these neurocognitive assessment based on eye tracker, which I understand is better calling a gaze tracker because people understand it better. This is how it works. We know where people are looking at while they're doing this test, and this is what is behind. So these are fixations, saccades. You can see on the bottom instant measures of, we call attention, but I think it's arbitrary to name any cognitive domains. That's not top. So here you can see that longer saccades show up differently there at the bottom analysis. There's a lot we can get from gaze trackers, and a lot of information. These are memory tests. We would usually just talk about accuracy, but here we have much more information from it. So what's the relevance of all this? The idea is getting blood-based biomarkers, which are less invasive. And there are many different ones. For Alzheimer's, we've been talking a lot about GFAP, neurofilaments, A-beta 42-44 ratio, right? Phosphorated tau. Anyway, we have that and more for all the diseases as well. And a bunch of, we're talking about 30 cognitive tests at least. And each of them has like 10 outcomes. Based on that, we will evaluate the risk of indeed developing certain neurocognitive disorder as Alzheimer's, but not only Alzheimer's, subtypes of Alzheimer. Instead of calling Alzheimer or frontotemporal or whatever, I would rather call them amyloid beta accumulation, phosphorylated tau accumulation. And not only that, but amyloid beta accumulation here in the prefrontal cortex, amyloid beta accumulation here in the hippocampus, whatever. These are unbiased. So we could maybe get a medium risk score saying that, yeah, you do have, unfortunately, to go through these invasive tests. Or a high score, and you should actually immediately start treatment. And that would be, for instance, donanemab or lecanemab. Lecanemab has been withdrawn just recently. Was it lecanemab or aducanumab? So lecanemab is still there, and aducanumab is just coming, right? And Lilly had good results. All right, so this is it. And why is it relevant? If we delay Alzheimer's disease by 1 year, we could reduce future prevalence by 11% and cut annual care costs just in the US by 219 billion. That's published in this forum. So if you want to try it, go to ubc.neurocognition.ai. It's working neatly. It takes only 5 minutes. And you get the results at the end, just raw results by now. Of course, we need to collect data to normalize. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Karina Thiessen, who is a PhD student in neuroscience under Dr. Christian Schultz.
Hi, everybody. I'm Karina, and today I'm going to be talking about self-harm in the context of trauma history and impulsivity. So there's a few different ways that studies kind of define self-harm. In this context, I want you to think of deliberate, risky behavior. So this could include things like self-injury, so burning and cutting. It could also include things like engaging in risky behavior, such as like unsafe driving or sexual promiscuity, as it's, I don't know about that phrasing or how I feel about that, but that's kind of the term that's used. And also kind of challenges in interpersonal relationships as well. So kind of setting oneself up for maybe failure in interpersonal relationships. So that's kind of in this context. And we typically think of self-harm as quite common in borderline personality disorder in adolescents and young adults, but it's actually very common in substance use disorders, with some studies estimating a prevalence of 29 to 52%. So that's a very high number, but unfortunately it hasn't actually received too much attention, although we did have a talk earlier on self-harm and stimulant use disorder, which was great to see. So typically in the self-harm literature, you'll often see this model where trauma is a predictor of self-harm and then impulsivity is mediating this relationship. So the thinking is with the experience of trauma that can generate higher impulsivity, and then people are more impulsive and engaging in self-harm behaviors because they have trouble regulating kind of maybe their emotion regulation or something like that. So our question is here, does this model apply to a population with severe concurrent mental health and substance use disorders? And for this study, we looked at 37 patients at the Burnaby Center for Mental Health and Addictions. This is a tertiary inpatient treatment center. So these are patients that have exhausted all the local resources in British Columbia. Also, it services the Yukon, I believe. And it has now since been moved to the Redfish Healing Center for Mental Health and Addictions in Coquitlam. And so this is a very severely disordered population, and we see an average of about 7 diagnoses per patient. And these patients completed a battery of questionnaires and cognitive tests. So here we're using the trauma history questionnaire, the UPPSP, which is a self-reported measure of impulsivity. We also did a behavioral measure of impulsivity, the stop signal task. This is specifically looking at response inhibition. And then for self-harm, we use the self-harm inventory. This is a pretty general self-harm inventory or a self-harm measure. And then we use a bootstrapping mediation model to look at impulsivity as a potential mediator of the relationship between trauma and self-harm. We did look at age and gender as potential covariates, but they were not significant. And then what we found is that self-reported impulsivity measured via the UPPSP did have a significant mediating effect between trauma history and self-harm. So trauma history was significantly related to self-harm, and this effect was partially mediated by self-reported impulsivity. That being said, with a stop signal task, so our behavioral and supposedly objective measure of response inhibition, which is a form of impulsivity, we did not see a significant mediating effect, which I thought was quite interesting that we saw this discrepancy between self-reported and behavioral measures of impulsivity. And I did actually correlate self-reported and this lab-based measure of impulsivity, and they were not significantly correlated either. But actually in the literature, this difference is fairly commonly found actually. So that we tend to see self-reported measures of impulsivity potentially being more predictive actually than behavioral measures for certain behaviors at least. So that was kind of interesting to find. But overall, this mediation model does seem to apply to people with concurrent disorders, at least in the case of self-reported impulsivity. That being said, this was a cross-sectional study, right? So we don't have that kind of temporal data to actually determine directionality of our findings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Austin Lamb, who's a PGY3 research track resident under the supervision of Dr. Tonya Nichols.
Hi, everyone. I'm Austin, a psychiatry research track resident working with Dr. Tonya Nichols in the Nichols Forensic Psychiatry Lab. I'm going to talk about our project on women with a history of sexual offending, examining their substance use and mental health needs. And the project is being done in collaboration with several experts across several different organizations, as seen on this slide. So what do we know about women who sexually offend? We know that they are a complex needs population representing a small proportion of sexual offenses, around 2%. Nonetheless, these women have elevated prevalence of substance use and mental health needs while remaining poorly understood. So in our study, we addressed this gap in understanding. We sought to compare women with sexual offenses with women with strictly non-sexual offenses across sociodemographic, clinical, and risk variables. How did we do this? Our study sample was drawn from all relevant BC correctional centers from January 2009 to September of 2017. Our study participants comprised of all women with charges or convictions of sexual offenses, and that was 79 women. Our measures consisted of the jail screening assessment tool, or also called the JSAT. The JSAT is a validated, structured professional judgment tool that screens for mental health and management needs, completed by trained screeners on every correctional admission. And we used the BC Corrections Operations Network, also called CORENET, which includes criminal justice information such as sentences as issued by BC courts. And we used t-tests and ANOVAs for our analysis in comparing the women with sexual offenses, such as ranging from sexual assault to indecent exposure to child pornography, to the women with strictly non-sexual offenses, such as those with violent or general offenses. Briefly, I will now draw our attention to the flow diagram you see below there, describing our data cleaning process. I just want to highlight that we started with 148,383 JSAT records. And this was narrowed down. I won't go through every single step, but if we go to N7, that's where we get our 43,502 unique individuals. And from that, we derived our final sample of the 79 women with sexual offenses. And we compared those 79 women with the 5,106 women with strictly non-sexual offenses. What did we find? First, I add the caveat that all the effect sizes in our results here were small. So first of all, in line with what we know, a small proportion of women had sexual offenses at around 1.5% and a mean age of 35. When we look at the sociodemographic variables, we see that women with sexual offenses were more likely to be Indigenous, and women with strictly non-sexual offenses were more likely to be white. There were no differences when we look at the broad categories of needs, that is mental health needs, substance use needs only, or concurrent disorders needs. We did find, however, that women with sexual offenses were more likely to have had a lifetime history of a past head injury. Across substance use categories, marijuana was the one that came out with a difference, with women who have sexual offenses having been more likely to have either current or long-term severe abuse of marijuana. And finally, women with sexual offenses were more likely to report lifetime histories of self-harm and violence. So what does all of this mean? Women with sexual offenses are an understudied and complex needs group for whom we need to provide services that are commensurate with their needs. And we don't yet fully understand the nature and extent of those needs, and that's what we have sought to understand. Our results speak to first the who. It is a small proportion of women who have sexual offenses. Next, the what. Women with sexual offenses have extensive substance use and mental health needs, particularly as we see here with greater marijuana abuse, which is a novel finding compared to the limited past research that has found no difference across substance use when they compared their samples of women with sex offense versus women with strictly non-sexual offenses. And that they are more likely to have a past head injury compared to women with strictly non-sexual offenses. Women with sexual offenses have unique sociodemographic and risk-related factors. They are more likely to be Indigenous and more likely to have a history of self-harm and violence. And all of this finally speaks to the why. Women with sexual offenses may have a unique profile when compared to women with criminal justice issues more generally. Our findings may help better inform prevention and treatment targets for this understudied group with potential impacts on addressing risk for reoffending. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Danaya Zumrawi, who's a research assistant under the supervision of Dr. Ivan Torres.
Hi, everyone. So today I want to share some work that's been done looking at the relationship between sex and illness onset in treatment-resistant psychosis, as well as treatment-resistant schizophrenia, which I'll refer to as TRP and TRS from here on out. There you go. Just a little background information. In schizophrenia, age of illness onset is primarily or partly influenced by sex, where males have a significantly younger age of illness onset than females. And there's within males, there's like a peak in the 20s that slowly tapers off. In females, there's also a peak in the 20s, albeit a bit later than males, as well as a second peak in their 40s. And one sort of commonly cited and leading theory for why this may be the case, why females have delayed onset as well as like a second peak in their 40s, is the estrogen theory, which suggests that estrogen's anti-dopaminergic properties help delay the onset of illness. That being said, within treatment-resistant schizophrenia and psychosis, the patterns of illness onset are fairly unknown. Additionally, within treatment-resistant populations, dopaminergic dysfunction is not primarily the case. And so the protective effects of estrogen may not be as evident within TRP and TRS. So we hypothesized that within treatment-resistant groups, both males and females will have or should have similar age of illness onset, since the protective effects of estrogen isn't there. And similarly, if you look at the distribution, they should both have that single peak distribution skewed to the left. So this work was done within the BC psychosis program. And our TRP and TRS samples were divided by sex. So what did we find? The top row is the TRP group, and the bottom row is the TRS group, and on the left is males and on the right females. So within the TRP group, the average age of illness onset was around 22, and within the TRS it was around, it was around 23 in the TRP and around 22 years in the TRS group. In both groups, though, the peak age was 18, which is around 6.5 to 7.5 years earlier than we see in non-treatment-resistant schizophrenia groups. That being said, the distribution for males is very similar to what we see in non-treatment resistant schizophrenia and psychosis, where you have that single peak that tapers off. And in females, we see again the same patterns that we see in non-treatment resistant schizophrenia, where you have an initial peak that's a bit flatter than we see in males, and then a second peak later on. So what does this mean? It does suggest that the sex differences within treatment-resistant schizophrenia, since they do mimic that we see in non-treatment-resistant schizophrenia and psychosis, suggest that treatment resistance may be a extreme subtype of the illness with just an earlier age of illness onset. It also suggests that within treatment resistance, there is a bit of heterogeneity where we have, males and females exhibiting sex differences in age of illness onset. So that might suggest that there might be differences in things like course of illness or functional outcomes. It is important, though, to know that our findings should be considered in the context of the fact that gender and sex were completed in our study. It is important to study the interplay between gender and sex, especially within such a heterogeneous and vulnerable population. And yeah, that should be my 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker is Isabella Galelo, who is a PhD student in neuroscience under the supervision of Dr. Jeremy Siemens.
Right. So for my lightning talk, we're going to be making the jump out of clinical research and into the preclinical field, and everything I'm talking about is going to be involving rat studies. So I'm going to go over a little bit of a background first. So the mesolimbic pathway is the dopamine projection from the ventral tegmental area up to the nucleus accumbens. And in this population of dopamine neurons, we see reward prediction errors, which is the difference between perceived error or the perceived reward and the amount of reward that you actually receive. So dopamine neurons in the mesolimbic pathway encode these prediction errors, and this is thought to be instrumental in learning tasks. So first of all, we see an activation of dopamine when there is more reward than expected. So if at the dotted line is when you're getting a reward and you're not expecting it to happen, you would get a spike in dopamine. Conversely, if you get a reward that you're expecting at the amount that you're expecting, there would be no change in the dopamine neurons. And then the opposite is seen when you get less reward than expected. So if you're expecting a certain amount of reward and then you don't get it, you'll get a negative reward prediction error. So you'll get this drop off in dopamine. And then another important thing that we often see when looking at reward prediction errors is that the response in dopamine shifts from the outcome to the cue itself. So if you're looking at the first picture there, imagine that the first dotted line is indicating something like a light or a cue that's then predicting the outcome. That increase in dopamine will shift from the outcome to the cue itself. Now, the mesocortical dopamine system, in contrast, is this projection from the ventral tegmental area up to the medial prefrontal cortex, and that includes the anterior cingulate cortex, which is the region my thesis is based on. And until recently, we weren't able to measure dopamine levels in this brain region because they were so low. But dysregulation of dopamine in this region was associated with a whole host of different psychiatric disorders, and importantly also with withdrawal states. So we know that there are changes in dopamine in this brain region during withdrawal, which is actually the focus of my thesis. So to test this, we use what we refer to as our 3-valence task. So we pair a unique tone with an outcome. So the rats learn that one tone predicts that they'll get food, a different tone predicts that they'll get a shock, and a different tone predicts that nothing will happen. And we pair these in blocks. So what I mean by that is they'll hear the tone and then get food 20 times, and then it'll shift to a different block. So they'll hear the other tone and get the shock, or then the third tone and get no outcome. And we randomize the order of these every time. So every time the rat goes in the box, they don't know which block they're going to go through first. And then we record their dopamine with a technique known as vibrophotometry. So I'm able to measure changes in dopamine based on changes in fluorescence levels in the brain. And we ended up with the figure here. So 10 seconds is when they're hearing the tone, and then 15 seconds is when their outcome is occurring. The green is when they're getting their food pellets, the red is when they're getting their foot shock, and the blue is the neutral block. So there's no outcome happening. So when I started this study, reward prediction errors was actually not at all what we were looking at. But then we got these results and realized that we weren't seeing reward prediction errors. And that's why we decided to keep looking into it. So the first thing to pull from this graph is that the dopamine levels did not appear to encode events according to their valence. And what I mean by that is that food is good and shock is bad, but dopamine increased for both of them, almost to the exact same level. So this suggests that dopamine is actually tracking autonomic salience is the term that we like to use. So something that is important and relevant for survival is causing an increase in dopamine, and it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. The second thing is that the size of the response was consistent across sessions. And what I mean is these rats are highly trained on this task. They do it every single day for months, but we never saw that response to the outcome flatten down like you would expect with the reward prediction error. They were getting the same amount of pellets each time at the predicted level, but we were still getting this increase in dopamine. And then finally, the response to the outcome was never transferred to the tone. So there is some increase on the tone that happened as they learned it, but we never saw a full transfer. It always stayed at the time point where the outcome was occurring. So once we had that graph and we realized reward prediction errors weren't happening the way we expected them to, we thought we should probe this a little further. So in this case, we did the exact same task, but now the dark green, we're giving them the food tone and then we're giving them food. And then in the black, we're playing the food tone and we're not giving them food. So you would expect to see a huge negative reward prediction error here. And that's not what we saw at all. We actually still saw a little bit of an increase like you would expect for food, but it was significantly smaller than when they were actually getting the food. And then similarly for shock, when we omitted the shock, there was no prediction error either direction. It just returned to baseline, similar to what we saw with the neutral block. So all of our results are suggesting that the mesocortical dopamine system is not encoding reward prediction errors.
Thank you for those excellent talks. So I think I'll ask the speakers to come down, and we have a good amount of time for questions.
Just a clarification about the treatment-resistant group. Was it the age of onset of the illness altogether, or the age of onset of the treatment resistance?
The age of illness onset within treatment resistance. So the two groups were treatment-resistant psychosis and treatment-resistant schizophrenia.
But they started from day one as treatment resistant?
Not necessarily.
So
No,
it's
this
the
was
day one of the illness.
Yes.
Day one of treatment.
Yes. So age of illness onset was defined as their the age at their first hospital admission.
The
age of their first hospital admission is the age of illness onset.
If I can ask a question, Senna. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more about sort of the added value of using the eye tracker or something as opposed to just the traditional, pressing button.
Sure. Well, as I said, there's a lot more outcomes that you get from each test, right? As the example I've given, there was a memory test, but the saccade amplitude is kind of a measure of attention. So we're now getting another kind of domain which we couldn't before, for instance, just in that example. But there are 30 tests, and that happens to each of them.
So basically, you get to the more complex, multifaceted data each assessment.
And more reliable. Not mentioning a very basic benefit from the eye tracker is that it's reliable. We know that patients are indeed looking at the screen while they're doing the test at home. That's necessary for remote proctoring.
Wow. And what was the definition of trauma study? And also inclusion of people with ADHD. That many patients with ADHD, they said if they are not diagnosed, they said when they candidates with the synapse, they are also very impulsive. So, and all of them need to at least don't have a definition of trauma. Define when you ask them, like even if the school was invalidating or they were told that they are not working hard or they are lazy, they consider this as trauma. So what is the definition of trauma in your study, and you didn't relate to patients?
Yeah, so trauma history is defined as history of abuse, so like physical, sexual abuse, for example, and also experience of violence, so like physical assault, as well as like experience of like a natural or like kind of non-natural disaster or something like that. And then the second question was ADHD patients, correct? Yeah, so there are some patients with ADHD. Unfortunately, we didn't have a large enough sample to like control for that, but that is a very, very good point.
We have a Zoom question for Zoom participant. Two questions for Dania Zimari. The first question is, your results suggests major differences between the sexes within the treatment-resistant population. Are you aware of any other major gender differences in treatment-resistant schizophrenia?
So yes, so in the PowerPoint, I didn't really cover some other sort of data we looked at, which was we looked at like symptomatic differences between males and females, as well as other general demographic characteristics like education achieved. Within both the treatment-resistant psychosis group as well as the treatment-resistant schizophrenia group, there were significant differences between or on negative symptoms, with males experiencing more negative symptoms than females. There are also differences, I believe, on emotional stability and excitement. Within the literature, I would say that sex differences are non-conclusive, inconclusive, and they're varied. So I think that just speaks to the sort of heterogeneous nature of both schizophrenia as well as non-treatment-resistant schizophrenia.
Part of the question is, we put a time when people are admitted to a hospital as measure of illness onset, but is it not likely that the illness actually is present in the person well before hospitalization is required?
The short answer is yes. Yes, it is possible, and definitely possible that the illness is present before hospitalization. Age at first admission is the information that we have within our data, but I imagine that I feel like it depends on the symptoms, right? There are symptoms that are a bit more obvious that will sort of lead to hospitalization, let's say like positive symptoms, but I imagine that if negative symptoms were there before, they might not be as evident. That being said, it's not within the scope of my study to look at this, but I imagine that if somebody were to conduct a longitudinal study, they might be able to detect that. But the information that we have is simply age at first hospital admission, but it is definitely possible that they would be ill before and well before that.
And so how much of the effect that you see is the singing itself, but not the social interaction and the talking? I mean, if it was a meeting group and they were gossiping, would that be the same thing?
Yeah, there's been other studies that have done head-to-head comparisons between like a singing group versus a creative writing group, or a singing group versus, some other whatever. And they've shown that that you get more benefits from the singing, especially with respect to social bonding. So there's a whole sort of body of work that looks at the social bonding effects of singing, with the idea that everybody's doing something in synchrony, and that promotes the social bonding.
So it's a synchrony.
That's one of the things. There is another body of work that looks at breathing effects, but that's hard to tease apart from singing itself, from the musical aspects of singing.
So I wanted to ask, we know that Indigenous women are more likely to be incarcerated historically than white women for the same offenses. And there's also false stereotypes about Indigenous women being overly promiscuous. So I wanted to know how you think these historical legacies of Indigenous discrimination kind of relate to what you've observed in your data.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think I told in general agreement there in terms of, I've been thinking about this too in terms of how do we interpret the fact that we have this disproportionate number of Indigenous women being represented amongst the women with sexual offenses. And I think it comes down to a myriad of factors. One of them that you allude to is the institutional and systemic discrimination historically and present. And then the other factors intertwined with that, I would say, is also, we know that women who have experienced victimization themselves across the board, be it sexual, physical, or otherwise, have an elevated risk for eventually down the line committing a sexual offense, particularly with previous history of sexual abuse. And we do know that from a federal survey from 2018 that Indigenous women do have that elevated rate of their past victimization history, particularly of sexual abuse. So I think all of that, I agree with you, does add up to an unfortunate network of reasons.
Follow-up question. So we also have this on women who are already incarcerated. And there's also that gap between how some actions that might, like what is counted as sexual offense is usually discarded when it is directed from like towards the male. So how do you think that gap of access to sexual offenses that are very much present within like society but are not accounted for within the system kind of.
Totally, and that's another really excellent point, which the research has in fact pointed out or provided evidence to suggest that in terms of the minimization or potential general downplaying of the sexual offenses committed by women against, let's say, men. And we do that, for example, from Franca Cortoni, psychologist researcher, I believe, at l'Université de Montréal. And she has done quite extensive work on this and has demonstrated that there is that gap between, for example, objective legal markers of the rates of sexual offenses committed by women, generally around 2 to 4%. But when we look at the other end and when she looks at other ways of examining the rates, such as asking women, what's self-report, and not necessarily looking at police reports, but what's the self-report, that then goes up to around 10 to 12%. So I think what you're alluding to is, well, what's that gap there? What's happening? And I think I would generally think that what you're saying is one of the factors there in terms of potentially one of the general societal maybe downplaying or minimization of that. And Dr. Cortoni has alluded to the fact that as well, the victim may not necessarily, at that age, if it was a young male being victimized by an older woman, how would they necessarily perceive that? Would they perceive it as something, as a reportable sexual offense in that situation? I think that's part of it as well.
Just while you're there, I'm just wondering if you could say a few words about how you manage the huge discrepancy in sizes of your group in your analyses, and if you had thought about considering this, the kind of the cultural sensitivity of your findings, if you thought about doing sensitivity analyses that might manage that.
Yes, that was a question we've mulled over as well in terms of, because there is clear sizes between the 79 women with the sexual offenses versus the other big group. So we have thought about other ways of approaching that, maybe like a matched samples design. Ultimately, we arrived at, I think, wanting to take a step back in our initial analysis because of the absence of existing evidence that can help us drive a theoretically driven approach in terms of that matched sample approach, that we thought maybe better to let the data speak for itself in that sense, just to compare it and see what comes out. But given the results in terms of the ethnicity and the other socio-demographic factors, I think that's a good point that, to think about the next steps in terms of that piece of things.
Question for Isabella. So your finding, I guess, kind of goes against the idea that dopamine levels track as reward prediction error. I'm just wondering if is it because you're measuring in the prefrontal cortex, and you said there hadn't been a lot of work there. Is there a brain area that you would go to as sort of a positive control?
Okay. Let's start with the beginning of the question, work up to it. So reward prediction error theory, as far as we know, holds in the mesolimbic pathway. Like, that's true. The mesocortical pathway, that was a new area to study, to look at. Jeremy, my PI, had always figured that there wouldn't be reward prediction errors there. There just was no technique to verify that
And then with the development of new photosensors, we were able to now measure those levels in the medial prefrontal cortex. So yes, to the first part of your question, the reason why we're not seeing the reward prediction area errors is because of the region we're in. And based on the hypothesis we had, the results are what we expected. And then as far as an area for control, well, I mean, I guess the fact that this same technique is picking up reward prediction areas in the mesolimbic seems to be a pretty good control. Like you can see these errors with this technique, they're just not happening in this brain region.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
You haven't personally confirmed that
No.
yet with your
No. But there's, if you look through the literature, fiber photometry in the mesolimbic pathways, it's done all the time. It's that's what the area that technique was designed for, because the dopamine levels are so much higher.
So multiple populations of dopamine neurons, some that project from the cortex, and some that project to the mesolimbic system, and they reflect, but the firing patterns are different.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just wondering, I guess it's slightly tangential point, but if you see the effect not seeing, see that a positive emotion is.
You know, there's been not as much work done in like orchestras and bands, for example. And I think part of that is just because it requires so much more training for people to be in that kind of group, whereas singing groups, anybody can be in pretty much. So to answer your question, it hasn't been done. It's on my mind as a project, for sure.
Thank you so much for the excellent talks. And just a reminder again to make sure you vote for your favorite lightning talk. And now I think we'll move on to the faculty talks.
Okay, so last stretch before we finish for today, we have the presentations from the faculty, and the person that is moderating that is just Dr. Joseph Tham, sorry, who is a clinical professor in our department. Thank you, Joseph. And sorry for this.
It's a pleasure being here. It's actually really nice, being clinical faculty to kind of cross-pollinate with you guys and hear some of the talks and work that's being done. It is my pleasure to introduce our next two speakers over the next hour, so 30 minutes each. The first one is Dr. Daniel Vigo. Dr. Vigo is a psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, and public health specialist, originally from Argentina. He is currently an assistant professor at UBC Department of Psychiatry, a lecturer at Harvard Medical School, an advisor to the Pan America Health Organization, as well as WHO. He chairs the Services and Policy Work Group of the WHO World Mental Health Surveys Initiative. Dr. Vigo leads several projects in BC, Canada, globally, including the e-mental health for university students, needs-based planning for mental and substance use disorder services, care options for people with severe substance use disorders at imminent risk of death and disability, estimating coverage and quality of care for mental disorders, and estimating the disease burden of mental disorders. Wow, that's quite the mouthful. He has published numerous peer-review articles, book chapters, reports on public health, health systems, global mental health, psychiatric epidemiology, psychopharmacology, psychotherapy, and e-mental health. I'm not sure what else Daniel has to add to that list. His contributions to improving the estimation of disease burden caused by mental health is among the most impactful papers in the field of mental health in recent years. And on top of all of that, I just see the other day that Dr. Vigo has been announced to take on the role of the Chief Scientific Advisor for Psychiatry, Toxic Drugs and Concurrent Disorders for the BC Provincial Health Office. More on his table. He will be presenting on prevalence of mental and substance use disorders in Canadian universities and effectiveness of an app co-developed with end users, results of the Student e-Mental Health Project. The floor is yours, Daniel.
Thanks, Dr. Tan. Hello, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to present on what's been a unique project that we have conducted here at the mental health systems lab at UBC with my team. And again, these are only some of my lab members. And I'm going to present on two things: a trend study of student mental health and substance use, and the co-development, implementation, evaluation, and adaptation of a mental health app. So this is a 4-year multi-site study funded by Health Canada. And I'm not going to go through all of the methodological details. They have been presented in previous iterations of this Psychiatry Research Day. But it was a very well designed, representative sampling methodology with stratified random samples, and with a total number of 47,280 students across those 4 sites. At UBC, 20,000 of UBC Vancouver's around 60,000 have participated. So, you know, the representativeness is very good. And also we had multi-stage sampling methods that allow for understanding both the respondents and the non-respondents characteristics. So some highlights. During this time, we already have 10 papers published, many posters, presentations, workshops, and some news articles too. I'm not going to go into the papers that have already been published or presented in various of this, either in posters or talks or here in the past. Again, 10 of them have already been published, covering many things from the anxiety and depression in university students, suicidality throughout the COVID pandemic, the clustering of mental health and substance use symptoms in university students, the protocol for the randomized control trial, as well as the results of the randomized control trial, as well as the different systematic reviews on the effectiveness of various of these tools. But I'm going to focus on some of the unpublished results that we have, in addition to the ones that were presented earlier today by Quentin. So the first one, health systems integration. One thing that we wanted to do from the start is do things in a way that were integrated with the university health system. And one thing we did is include in the survey an assessment for suicidality risk. And if the students, the participants, were above a certain threshold of suicidality, we offered to connect them with student counseling at all 4 sites. Within 48 hours, they would receive a call back, and within 5 days, they would get an appointment. Again, this was non-urgent suicidality, but high suicidality in the coming year. And we, in fact, flagged 290 students with high-risk suicidality, meaning a suicide plan and intention to act on that plan, and half of them were connected with counseling services. Another study that we have in preparation and will be submitted shortly is the prevalence of disorders in the Canadian university student population. And I'm not going to focus on all the results, but what we can see here is that there's a 34% lifetime and 29% disorder rate. Let me check one thing. Yes, I just want to check that this was the right version of the many iterations. So we can see some differences in the prevalence of 12-month disorders. We can see here, as we know from other studies, that women and gender diverse folks have more prevalence, and also that certain ethnicities have less prevalence, particularly East Southeast Asian, and that undergraduates have more prevalence than other demographics. When we look at specific disorders, what we can see is that a large fraction of that percentage of students that have 12-month any disorder prevalence, in fact, have major depressive disorder. And these are all diagnostic level disorders with an adaptation of the CD, which provides a structured diagnosis. So again, any bipolar spectrum is high because this includes the very sub-threshold forms, generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, substance use disorder, and alcohol use disorder. So we see high prevalence, higher than in the general population in general, as can be expected because of the age group. Okay, so now I'm going to focus on, and of course we could talk a lot about the various demographics that impact that those prevalences. I'm going to focus now on something that is important for the times we're in, most notably the prevalence of opioid use among university students. And there's, yeah. So basically, what we can see here is that this is any opioid use, right? Any opioid use, 15% of students, of university students, have received opioids and used them as prescribed. But 3.8% of students have used opiates not as prescribed, either prescription opiates without a prescription or above the prescribed dose, or street opiates. And what we can see there are the various frequencies of consumption of these opiates at the point in time where the consumption was highest for each of these groups, for the ones who used. You can see here, this is taken as prescribed, this is without a prescription, but pharmaceutical opiates, and these are street opiates. So the reason why I wanted to focus on this pattern of opioid use in university students is obviously because we live in a province and in a city where this is the highest cause of death for young people and adults. And it is still striking to know that. So we also analyze how did they get exposed to opioids for the first time in their lives. And what we saw, and we asked various options, where you prescribed an opiate, did you get it from someone who was prescribed an opiate and was it diverted to you? Did you get a street opiate? And what we saw was that if they got the opiate, so compared to people who had never been prescribed opioids by a physician, those that were prescribed opiates had 15 times the odds of then using opiates without a medical prescription or street opiates. So a very increased risk of illegal use of opiates, which in and of itself puts them at risk of death. And we also saw that there was, in fact, a dose response for that first prescription of opiates. So what we can see here, again, I'm not going to focus on everything, but I do think that this is very interesting. Those that had the lowest dose of the least potent opiates had 11 times the odds of using opiates illegally, and the ones who were prescribed the highest dose of any opiates had 30% the likelihood of using opiates non-medically in the future. So what's the takeaway message here? Well, it is that during a public health emergency, children and youth are still being prescribed opiates for conditions that have no evidence of effectiveness and have abundant evidence of harm, because all of this was opioid use outside of the few medical indications that have evidence-based cancer, pain, etc. So we should stop. And these are physicians or dentists. Another study that we have is a qualitative study on mental health help-seeking processes. So the access to mental health. Basically, we use the survey, the trend study, again, a weekly trend study, to offer students to participate in focus groups to delve deeper on why they had used or not used services. In fact, because of how we designed the survey, the criteria for those who were going to be invited were those who met criteria for a disorder, but had not accessed services. So why, right? And then we had two groups. Some of them had a perceived need for treatment, and some of them didn't have a perceived need for treatment, even though they met objective criteria for a disorder. And so we had 54 semi-structured interviews from these three sites, and we are now in the thematic analysis phase to identify barriers to care, facilitators, and perceiving. Okay, so That was the trend study. Again, that's been going on since 2020, February 2020, until today. It's still going on here at UBC. It has stopped in the other 3 universities, but here we plan to continue because it offers a unique window into student mental health. So Minder is an app, a mental health app that we developed, that we co-developed with students, involving a lot of students in an advisory committee, student team members that actually work for us at various points in time, virtual boot camps, a pilot RCT with 100 students, various focus groups across time. This is what the app looks like. It's a bunch of, so it has 4 components: a chatbot-based component, peers, which are students from UBC that we train to provide psychosocial support. We have a triage component that uses a validated survey, actually developed by a colleague, Queen Dawn from UBC and BC Children's, to match students with actually existing services, brick and mortar services on campus based on their specific needs, and then a community component that matches them with student groups. This is how it looks. The chatbot component has a bit of a map, and they can choose one of these activities. And then when they choose that activity, they get a sort of introduction of what they're going to look at. And then there's also some activities. It's a bit of a gamification approach where some activities are locked until they go through the chat and do the activities, which are based on CBT, mindfulness, etc. And after they do that, they unlock a kind of a cheat sheet on the gist of each of those evidence-based interventions. As I said, we have this triage survey based on the HeartMapU tool that Queen Dawn and team developed, and this provides tailored recommendations of actual health system supports they can access, and they can filter them by the characteristic. Do they want them to be free, for free, drop-in, appointment, and other various characteristics that they can choose from. We have the unlocking and unlocking of the content. The avatar is customizable. We have push notifications and an SOS button for emergency resources that provides emergency services. We tested the effectiveness of this with an RCT at UBC. We had 1,500 students, a single-blinded pragmatic trial with, again, stratified block randomization, mostly focused on anxiety, depression, and alcohol, but also well-being, cannabis, opioid, and other stimulants, self-efficacy, and use of health services. This is the structure of the trial. Basically, we had 740 something in each arm. We had a baseline and a follow-up after 1 month. And the results, which were significant, were a 10% reduction in PHQ-9, on the anxiety at 14%, the alcohol risk, which was not significant in the aggregate, and then a significant improvement in well-being. Then we had a significant reduction in the number of drinks drunk on a typical night out, let's say, and a 20% reduction in the frequency of cannabis during the past month. So this was the intent to treat analysis, which, as you may know, is not the ideal way of assessing the effectiveness of digital interventions because of how much dropout and how. So by the way, here we didn't give people any direction as to what they should use, how much, in what frequency. They could use whatever they want. They could navigate across the chatbots or the community, et cetera, et cetera. So utilization varied a lot. So again, the ITT is yes, no, right, for everyone. There's something else that uses an instrumental variable, which is a complier average causal effect analysis. And this basically factors in the intensity of the utilization when assessing for effectiveness. And what we actually found was that, as we could expect, larger effect based on more utilization. So for example, for each day of unique use, the scale came down 0.4%, so 40%, sorry, 40%. So if they, let's say, used it, sorry, no, it's 0.4 points. So if they used it, let's say 10 days, it would come down 4 points. And again, a similar thing with the any component times unique day, and the variance of that one was up to 9 points if they used it many times, many days in a unique script. Okay, and so what we did after that was adapting Minder for universities and secondary schools across Canada and BC. The adaptation for university students involved, changing a lot of the videos, a lot of the design. McMaster, for example, is not using the peers, and they're testing it, I think, now as we speak. U of T is still preparing the pilot. But then we also adapted it for secondary, high school students. And for high school students, we involved, again, a similar co-development process where we engage high school students throughout the province, teachers, counselors, etc., to detect first how the language had to change. The age is similar, but it's really different in terms of environment, autonomy, etc. And we modify the UI, the user interface and experience. We had the same type of approach with student advisory committee, and we are working now. We have approval from 22 secondary schools across 8 BC school districts, where the students have been given information about mental health, substance use, and offered to participate in a not an effectiveness trial, but an adaptation trial. How good did we adapt this thing that we know works for your age group? We developed about 40 new scripts, videos, or summaries, increased of course, shorter videos, the attention span we learned of high school students is quite narrow. And so we tried to adapt to that, and we reframed the substance use script to, again, be adapted to that specific age group. And we completely redesigned the community component. In the university, the community component was basically matching students based on certain choices to the student group on campus. Here, what we did was a kind of what we call it like a Reddit type of approach, where students could ask questions to the community, to a social community type of thing, where the responses are curated by our coaches and our team members who have clinical background. And so these are all for example, all the chats that exist here. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that we added for the high school students. And it's important to understand this is an app that doesn't target people with disorder level problems. It targets, any challenges in everyday life as a university student, or in this case, as a high school student. So next steps, well, we will continue to collect and analyze the trend study data. We will incorporate AI and natural language processing models to the Minder chatbots and the analysis, because now, again, we know that in this 4 years since we started thinking about this thing, the technology has exploded for AI and for chatbots, but they're still not there at a point where we can actually delegate a psychoeducational or psychotherapeutic intervention on an AI conversational, on a generative conversational agent. Some folks do it for profit, but that's a risk, and every now and then it explodes on their faces, as it should, because it's, again, those large language models are very tricky to manage and to control and to supervise. And for that to be an actual, to provide the explosion, let's say, in adaptability, responsiveness, and an ability to deliver at scale, we need to be able to supervise them. Okay, so we're doing that as the next step. And then also, again, we saw the effects are significant, but they're small. And what we've seen is that, well, that is because this app works for some groups of people and not for others, right? And so now, and as Patricia said on her phenomenal lecture, some things actually do a disservice to some groups of people. And so now what we're going to look at is through precision medicine approaches, generating a much larger baseline to be able to predict who benefits, who doesn't benefit from specific types of interventions within the app, and remove those from the ones that don't get better with them, and nudge people towards the one we know will be better for them. And we did some preliminary analysis, and we found that we need a much larger baseline to be able to predict that. But just a sort of another sneak peek at what we're doing with AI. So this is a recently published paper where so what we did here is on those 4 sites, UBC, SFU, McMaster, and U of T, we developed a model to analyze large data sets, and we use Reddit because it's public data, and there are ways to just harvest all of the Reddit data for these 4 sites. And we developed a model where we could run an analysis on specific themes and monitor the chat across time and see when the chat that the students were, the conversation that the students were having gets close to a certain theme that we wanted to know about. In our case, for example, depression. When does the chat get close to a depressive type of syndrome? And we have two inputs. One is the Reddit data, but it can be any large non-structured language data set. And we also feed in a, let's say, definition for what we want to investigate. In this case, it was the definition of depression for lay people that was produced by a reference group. So again, this shows how we can leverage large language model to detect what people are talking about online. And we have now developed an online platform where our team and in the future, anyone will be able to tweak these parameters, put in either a large data set of their own or use the ones we have from Reddit and look at things they are interested in with just 2 inputs, the data set and the definitions of the themes they want to investigate. And this allows to compare how these themes vary across time, how these themes vary in different sites. So that's where we are now. The team is very large, and it's the one with the merit for all this, and also the international collaborators. And we have a whole bunch of papers in preparation, and that was it. And I think that, will the question be now or at the end?
Let's do now. Right. All right, Daniel, fantastic talk. And I think, probably for most of us, after this talk, we're like wondering, wow, how do you do all this stuff?
So one thing I want to add is the goal of this is to create, by the way, a public good. So this app is free to use for every Canadian student, at no cost to the student.
Yeah, great. Actually, before the questions, I have a really quick question.
Yeah.
How much does this cost? Like, are you working with? I'm just looking at the little icons, graphics, the push notification. So, are you working with like a software developer, or how did you guys come up with this?
Well, we work with various software developers across time, but what we design is a platform that really we program 90% of it. When I say we, I mean Melissa there, and Angel there, and Tiana there. Right, it's a WordPress type of backend and other things that make it, of course, in order to embed those graphs in the maps or change the maps or add things, we need the developers, but we need any developer, and we pay them a reasonable amount of money, but it's not overly expensive. What's overly expensive is the whole process of developing. But now that it's there, it's really inexpensive to maintain.
Phenomenal. Great to know that we've got this skill set.
Developing was a few huge grants.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Any questions in the room to start off? We have more than 5 minutes. Any questions?
Hi, thank you for that. I had Two questions. The first is, I was talking to your team out in the hallway, in the poster viewing hall, and they mentioned that the peers for university students were also university students, but for high school students, they were also university students, because high schoolers don't want to talk to other high schoolers. So my question is, when you select a peer or a peer assigned to you, are you given any choice with respect to what kind of person you get to talk to, maybe somebody with a similar background to you or something like that?
Right. So if I understood correctly, you're asking whether there's a choice as to the peer that the user can access. So every user has access to a peer. And as was said, those peers are university students by design. So the university students wanted university students. And when we did the focus groups and the preliminary work with high school students, they also wanted university students, in the sense that they didn't want high school peers because they had them, they were their friends, and they talk a lot about that, about stuff amongst them. And they didn't want an adult, right? A full adult, right? So they wanted this transitional stage perfectly given by universities. So, and to the other question, or to your question as to whether there was any choice, we thought about it a lot, in the sense of what is it that, first, that is feasible, that doesn't overcomplicate things, but that makes it meaningful, or that is sufficiently meaningful that we should try. And we land, and also we asked our advisory committee, focus group, etc. And what we landed on was that for university students, the peer needed to be at the same level, either undergraduate for an undergraduate or graduate for graduate. So basically, we could have gone, gender, ethnicity, we could have gone many ways. But the one that really, as per our preliminary work, was a sine qua non condition was, a graduate student didn't want an undergraduate peer, and kind of vice versa. So that's the only choice. And we automatically match them with that same level. Yeah.
Just my second question. I noticed that with the one of your functions is a community where, one of your functions is the community where students can join groups on campus or at their high school. And so I noticed that some of the functions are tailored for school-specific issues and some are not. So is it usable for people who are school age, but not necessarily attending school all the time, or care about school to the extent that they would need the app for those specific problems? Or can you connect them with, say, resources or communities and clubs outside of their school?
So if I understand correctly, the question is whether this only works within campus or
exactly,
university students or high school students?
Right. So could like a high school student take it outside of the school?
Right. So we are at a point now where we have already, from my perspective, done the research piece, and everyone who is participating now or has participated in the past was part of a study. And both studies were affiliated, or rather than affiliated, there was a criteria, an inclusion criteria, which was university students or high school students. And we worked through the administrative, let's say, channels. Now, at this point, even though we'll continue development, research and development on the technology side of things, the effectiveness is proven. And so we want to now launch it more in a service manner. And so that will be much more flexible. So for example, we're talking with some partners at BC Children, so that children and adolescents that go there for either outpatient or emergency can use it. We can, now sort of the sky's the limit, right?
And I guess kind of relating to that topic of questioning is, where do you see Minder going in the next 5-10 years? Because now we talked about how opening up to a community-based sample outside of just schools and universities, but on a more Canada-wide or global implementation, where do you see this app really going?
Well, you have a good vision, so maybe you'll help me. But I guess, we're just at this point, as I said, it's a very difficult transition from a research product to an actual thing that people would use outside of a research setting. People receiving incentives to participate. So where I see it going, well, I would like schools to say, we'd really like to continue having this for students. Can they continue using it? I'd like BC children to say, hey, yes, this is really cool. Sounds like, you know, while they're on the waiting list, or some other demand, genuine demand coming from organizations. And in the meantime, of course, we can and are developing adaptations for other countries, for, you know, other sort of research things. But to your question, what I see in the future is my team and me having time to set this up in a way that is more nimble, because, you know, this has been an amazing experience developing this as a research product at UBC, but it is a very time-consuming process that puts a lot of constraints around what you do and you don't do. Whereas once it's a service, different, much more nimble. So that's our goal.
Great questions. Just mindful of the time, we're just past 3:30. Didn't want to ignore the folks on Zoom. Anything, Leah, just very quickly? No? Okay, maybe just one more question and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
I was just curious about what the benefits of gamification were rather than having like all the resources available right from the beginning.
What the benefit was?
Yeah.
Well, significant reductions in anxiety, in depression, in the number of drinks drunk on a binge, and in cannabis, last 30-day cannabis use, an increase in well-being. Do I forget anything? I think
the question was about the benefits of the gamification component.
Oh, the gamification. Right. Oh, okay. So basically, when we started, we didn't have a plan to do this. We just wanted to do an app. In fact, a very, very important and dear collaborator from a different university that I shall not specify said, just pick something off the shelf because you'll go nuts trying to develop something right off the new. And after a lot of thinking, we said, no, we're gonna go nuts. And so this is a chatbot because the students said, we don't want modules, we don't want homework to do between one, we don't want a structured 8-session thing. We've tried those things. We want a chatbot. So, okay, let's do a chatbot. So that's how we went about, and we want gamification. We want something that engages us. We want to get the summary, but we want to feel like we're doing something together. And so we haven't tested, let's say, one arm without the gamification and another with. We just took that from previous experience and from our engagement. So if anything, I have to say the most gratifying and I believe impactful experience was the co-development from the start with the end users. So that piece is fundamental, I would say, for me.
Daniel, so much, thanks so much for all the work. I think we can all, in general, be glad that you went nuts instead of something off the shelf. All right, great job, Daniel. Along for our last faculty talk this afternoon, we've got Dr. Riyang Ge speaking. Dr. Ge is a research associate in the UBC Department of Psychiatry and a former Marshall Fellow who is bridging computational psychiatry with advanced neuroimaging techniques. Currently, he is spearheading the SentiBrain project, a groundbreaking initiative providing sex-specific normative models for brain structures. He is also co-director of the Translational Neuroimaging Educational Program, a webinar program that hosts expert lectures and workshops on applying advanced analyses of neuroimaging data on brain health. He will be presenting on mood disorders and normative brain development. Ria.
Thank you, Dr. Tam, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to have this opportunity to present some of our recent work on developing of the central brain normative models and the application of these models in investigating the mood and anxiety disorders of youth. First of all, I would like to thank the stimulus grant for supporting my work this year. So in this presentation, I will begin by providing an overview of the normative modeling and introduce our central brain models of brain morphometric phenotypes. In the second part, I will present an example demonstrating the utility of this central brain models in studying mood and anxiety disorders in youth. Let's first look at have a brief overview of the normative modeling. So in general, normative modeling is a framework for mapping how individuals deviate from a population reference pattern. Usually this reference pattern is based on the data from healthy population. One of the most widely recognized application of normative modeling in medicine is the baby growth chart in pediatrics. So the figure here shows a growth chart of head circumference of baby boys from birth to 36 months, 3 years old. With this chart, we can easily position and compare individuals' head to the healthy population. So this would help us to determine whether this baby boy's head is too big, too small, or just the proper size in his age. So in this example, we have 3 individuals with the same age, but after you project their head values to this chart, you can easily tell that the red one has a much smaller head compared to the healthy babies of his age, right? And while the other 2 has either too big head or just the perfect size, head compared to the healthy babies. Despite many years of neuroimaging study, we still do not have normative reference values for the brain phenotype measures. It means that if someone knows that they have a hippocampal volume of 3321 cubic millimeter, even the experienced scientists cannot tell immediately if whether this value is within or outside the normal range. Right? So here, our goal is to construct a chart or a reference pattern similar to the one shown here. Here, we constructed the relationship between chronological age and a particular brain measure. Once we have a new individual, we can project their data onto this chart, and we can quantify how, to what extent this individual deviated from the norm to mean, right? As you can see from this figure, each individual will have a value to represent this deviation, and it means that we can make statistical inferences at the level of individuals. So right now we have an impression of what normative modeling is. The next question would be why? Why do we need normative modeling in brain research, specifically neuroimaging research? Let's recap the conventional case control analysis. So in studies with a case control approach, we usually investigate the abnormality of brain function or structural by comparing the means of 2 groups. For example, here we have 2 groups, a control group and a patient group. When we compare their average values, we often have a conclusion that, oh, these 2 groups has no significant difference in terms of their average values. But does this conclusion reflect the reality? Partially, yes. I said yes because the 2 groups indeed show insignificant difference in terms of their average values, but only partially. It's because if you only focus on the comparing the average values of 2 groups, you're only scratching the surface of the complex nature of the reality. Because if you examine each group more closely and look at the individuals, you will find that there are a lot of variations across these individuals that cannot be captured by the conventional case control approach. Here I have an example. So these 2 figures are from 2 large and independent neuroimaging studies, and they have a converging conclusion that at the group level, schizophrenia patients have a globally thinner cortex compared to the healthy people at the group level. However, if you examine the individuals, here I have 2 individuals with schizophrenia, you will find that their cortical thickness signature vary significantly. And their deviations from the average of healthy controls differ even more from each other. So this example highlights the need for methods to explore individual differences rather than just compare them mean differences across groups. Okay? So as shown in the previous slide, normative modeling is a really good method to position individuals within the context of a healthy population, because normative modeling of brain organization are critical to understand the functional significance of the individual variation. That's why we need it for the brain research in this area of precision medicine. Well, the community has made a significant effort on normative brain models in the last few years. At least two knowledge gaps remain. Firstly, normative modeling was implemented using a variety of approaches that have never been systematically evaluated and empirically tested. This is a major knowledge gap because we know that the understanding of the performance of different approaches help us to understand or evaluate the current literature and to design new studies. Secondly, the generalizability of the brain morphological norms to a broader range of ethno-racial groups remain unexplored, because we acknowledge that the vast majority of the currently available neuroimaging data from the so-called, oh, sorry. Oh, can I go back? Sorry. Vast majority of the neuroimaging data that we can have access from the so-called weird societies. So we really need to validate our pre-trained models across a more diverse range of ethno-racial groups through international collaborations. To address these knowledge gaps, we developed the normative models of the neuroimaging morphometric features, and we named them as Centaur. So firstly, I would like to mention that our current Centaur model is delivered by the Enigma lifespan working group. So it is really a team effort, and this team is an international team with the UBC team as the core. Earlier this year, we published the first work of the Centaur Brain project in Lancet Digital Health, and the editors, they have choose our paper as their inaugural resource paper. So the QR code will take you to the paper, and which is open access. So if you scan it and read it if you like. So I would summarize the Centaur Brain models with three stages. Let's look at the first stage, which is the model development. So let's first have a look at the model development sample for the Centaur Brain. So this sample was composed of individuals from over 80 MR data set, including data from the Enigma lifespan working group. So just in case you're not familiar with Enigma, but it is the biggest neuroimaging initiative so far, and it includes over 2,000 participant scientists all over the world with over 50 working groups. Here I point out the lifespan working group, which is one of the working groups within Enigma, and our colleague, Dr. Sofia Franco, is the chair of this working group. Aside from the data from Enigma working group, we also have data from UK Biobank, ABCD study, Human Connection Project, and some other public data set. So the total number of this model development sample is over 37,000 with 53% of females. And the age range is from 3 to 90 years, which covers vast majority of the human lifespan. Here, I would also like to mention that our Centaur Brain is sex specific, just to accommodate the sex differences between sex differences in brain morphometry. It means that we developed our Centaur Brain models for each sex separately, rather than just putting them together. So go to a little bit of the detail. So we developed the normative models of cortical thickness, cortical surface area of 68 cortical regions and the volumes of the 14 subcortical regions. We use a FreeSurfer, which is a very popular software to generate values of these phenotypes from the T1 weighted MRI scans. So this figure depicts the FreeSurfer output we have used in this work. Basically, FreeSurfer can identify the PO surface and the white matter surface from the T1 weighted MR scan and calculate the neuroanatomical phenotypes. In the meantime, it parcelates the entire cortex into 68 subregions according to this basic linear atlas. It also segments the subcortical structures into 14 subregions. For each of these three phenotypes, we systematically evaluated 8 different algorithms for normative modeling purpose that have been implemented in the current literature. And after selection of the optimal algorithm with best accuracy and computational efficiency, we also tested different covariants that are available to us. So this covariant pertain to FreeSurfer software versions, global measures, image acquisition, and image quality, and of course, the combination of them. We have also conducted a series of sensitive analysis about the effect of sample size, effect of distinct age beings on the model performance, and also we did the longitudinal, we tested the longitudinal consistency of the Centaur model. I'm not going to go over the technical details here, but we have a conclusion that the current Centaur models are optimized and highly robust. Here I would like to introduce a very important matrix from the Centaur model, the normal deviation scores or the Z-scores. Now imagine we already have a normative model for a morphometric phenotype. Let's say it's the hippocampal volume. We can project the observed volume of a new participant to this model, and we can calculate the deviation from the normative mean of this observed volume, and also we further normalize these deviation values with the model noise. Then we can have a deviation Z-scores. We deem this Z-scores very important because it indicated how far this person's hippocampal volume is from the normative mean of the healthy population. And this deviation scores have been consistently demonstrated to be clinically relevant. Okay, now we have developed the Centaur models. The next step is that we would like to evaluate the generalizability of the Centaur models. So to evaluate the model's performance on independent samples, we collated the samples from with 2 ethno-racial categories. Self-reported category, we have Black, South Asian, East Asian Chinese, East Asian Japanese. And for another one, which is based on genetic ancestry, we have African, mixed American, East Asian, and European descent. Here, I would like to mention that this is an ongoing study, and we are collecting more data from different ethno-racial groups through international collaboration. Yeah. So here we present the results of the self-reported ethno-racial groups. We use the mean absolute area as the measurement of the model accuracy. A model with similar performance on independent validation sample and on the model development sample is considered to have good generalizability. So in these figures, each color indicates specific ethno-racial groups. You can see that the ME values of each ethno-racial group are highly correlated and resemble the ME value of the model development sample. Okay. So in the next slide, we have the results of the genetic ancestry groups. And again, different color indicate a different ethno-racial group. You can see that these results are quite similar to the results of the self-reported groups. And altogether, they suggest that the current central brain models generalize to distinct and diverse ethno-racial groups. Yeah, so now we have the central brain models which are empirically optimized and generalizable. The next step is to democratize the use of these models. So to achieve this, we implemented a platform, centralbrain.org. So there you can find our online visualization and calculation tools. And also we have shared our all of our script there. Until last week, we have more than 5,000 engagement from over 60 countries. And we are aware of more than 80 researchers are using our central brain models to their own study. So the QR code is will direct you to the central brain website. Before delving into the specifics of the platform, I would like to invite our AI friend, Alexandra, to provide a very brief summary of the central brain platform. Very short.
Welcome to Centile Brain. Centile Brain is a user-friendly web platform designed to effortlessly estimate normative deviation scores from any sample, requiring minimal technical and computing skills. It's as easy as a piece of cake.
Okay.
Welcome to.
Oh, sorry. As Alexandra has mentioned, we try to make this platform as easy to use as possible. So because of the time limit, I won't be able to go over every single feature and function we have in this platform, but I would like to highlight some. Firstly, if you go to the website and click Explore Centile Brain, you will visualize the centile curves that we have generated for each region of each sex. So it's like this. Here, I choose to visualize the females' left and right hippocampus, those centile curves. And those curves are interactive. If you put your mouse cursor somewhere on the curve, it will show the specific values for a specific age. Another important tool that I would like to introduce is the online calculation tool. If you choose centile brain model and then click generate normative deviation values for your sample, you will see a screen like this. And here I choose. You can choose either it's a subcortical volume, cortical thickness, or surface area. Here I choose cortical thickness, and then you need to choose which sex are you looking for. So I'm choosing females. Then what you need to do is to download our template and populate the template with your own data without changing the order of the columns in this template. And then you can upload it back to the platform. The platform will keep the data for a very short period of time, just for calculation for you. And after that, everything will be removed. So the participant privacy is ensured, and your data is quite safe with the platform. Once you successfully upload your table, you can visualize the table on the right side. And if you confirm that the table is correct, you can click here. Compute, sorry. And after a very short period of time, it will remind you that the computation is done and you can download your results. So after downloading your results, you can find that we will generate a few files for you, including a division z-scores, centiles, predicted values, and some model performance metrics. So we provide model performance metrics for the users to evaluate how our model works for users' data. we think it's very important because we know that there are a lot of online calculation tools that you can use to generate something for you. But I have to say, most of the time, the users are quite blind to how their model, the pre-trained model work for their own data. So here we provide some measures of the model performance. So the users can decide if they want to pursue with our model or not. And if you encountered any problems using our platform, please let us know. Our team are always there to help. Okay, so that's the first part, the introduction of the Central Brain models. In the second part, I would like to present application of our Central Brain models to mood and anxiety disorders in youth. So there's a huge literature on animal studies and human neuroimaging studies that have identified the brain circuits for emotion regulation. As you can see from the diagram that this emotion regulation circuit involves prefrontal cortex and some other subcortical regions. And each of these regions interact with all the other, and together they form integrative circuitry. At the same time,
sorry to interrupt. The talk is for half an hour, so I think you might have a little bit more material.
Oh, sure.
Maybe you want to summarize
like 2
this for
slides.
us.
3 slides. Perfect. Yeah. So I'll just skip this one. And our aim here is to detect abnormal deviations of from the typical patterns in the emotion regulation in adolescents using the ABCD study. And we identified the depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety disorder, and the comorbidity between mood and anxiety disorders from the ABCD participant. And we calculate the deviation z-scores from the Central Brain models, and using the one-week ANOVA to test whether some regions would show group differences. And also we try to find the association between the z-scores and the clinical profiles. Here we use the CBCL, Child Behavior Checklist. So the results would be like this. So in 2 regions, we found that for the superior frontal cortex, it's thickness of this region associated with greater deviation from normal pattern, with the highest deviation values for depression. And for the subcortical amygdala volume, we also see that it can use to distinguish the 4 groups, and with the bipolar disorder being less affected. And also we have some correlation between the CBCL total problems and internalizing problem, as well as external problems with the deviation z-scores of this prefrontal regions. So summary. We present a robust and empirically validated normative model of brain morphometric phenotypes, and we demonstrated the generalizability of these models to diverse ethnic racial groups. With the spirit of open science, we have a dedicated and user-friendly platform. New features will be added, including the resting state fMRI, functional connected and intracortical microstructure. And lastly, we have a conclusion about the adolescents. Thank you for your attention, and please have a look at our translation in your imaging education program. Thank you.
Maybe 5 minutes just for some quick questions.
I will be here, so it's if anyone has questions.
Of course, we'll bug you if you're around. Actually, I have one really quick question, technical question. 1.5 versus 3 Tesla data, what did you guys use for standardization?
So the majority of I would say maybe 95% of the data from 3 Tesla. So for 1.5, yeah, because for research, it's very common. So yeah.
And also, do you guys look at volume, subcortical white matter volume? I only see just the gray
not in
matter.
this work. Yeah.
Okay, great. Any question? You guys? Want to take a question? Let's take a question or two. Hopefully people don't mind, another 5 minutes or so. Any questions?
Really cool presentation. Thank you so much. So just checking if I'm understanding. So I have actually a data set from 30 to 40 kids with OCD, but if I understand correctly, it's not so important to get a huge number necessarily. So if I go onto your website, I could go and get sent where they all fall in terms of centiles in all these different regions.
Because we will
That's really cool.
calculate the individual
Yes.
matrix for you. Everyone has that.
It's really great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that really interesting presentation. That resonates really well with what we tend to do in the world of clinical neuropsychology. In other words, we try to interpret performances on cognitive tests based on variables that we know can affect cognitive functioning. I can see that this is a parallel because it allows you to make inferences about, in this case, morphology at the level of the individual, which is really important and exciting work. But if I understand correctly, just to clarify, it sounds like the variables the demographics or variables that you control for include sex, age, as well as the ethno-racial, right? Those are kind of the two major ones?
Ethno-racial is not included in the model developmental sample. And that's why, because majority of them are from the Western countries, that's why we did a further test on different ethno-racial groups. And we found that the model generalized to this ethno-racial groups.
So if you submitted a sample for each, let's say, brain measure, brain volume that you would have, you would also include or enter into that the age and the sex?
Just the age. Because we have sex-specific models.
Yeah.
You need to choose on the website which sex would you like to go for.
Thanks. Really neat work.
Yeah.
And just anything on Zoom, just in case. No. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it's awards time.
So that concludes the presentation component of our research day. I want to thank all of our wonderful trainees and presenters, those of you who presented posters, as well as those brave souls who did lightning talks. We're really, it's always so exciting to see what the trainees are doing and just the diverse breadth of work that we have going on in the department. I'd also really like to thank Dr. Patricia Conrad, who's not here. She had to go catch her flight, for her phenomenal talk this morning and the inspiring work she's doing, as well as our faculty speakers, Dr. Daniel Vigo and Dr. Riangji, for the really incredible work that you guys are doing. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go into presenting the awards. So we have we have some awards based on your guys' votes for your favorite lightning talks, as well as your favorite posters. And then we also have the Nasia Lucy Alvin Memorial Award. So first of all, I think I'll have Dr. Joseph Tam, if you want to come up and present the Lightning Talk Awards.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I got to say that's impressive when you only have like 5 minutes to present, all those topics, right? Just the amount of work these days and the details and the background that's necessary. So congratulations for everyone. So Research Day Awards. Okay, posters and lightning talks. Okay, morning session, lightning talk. The award goes to Elizabeth Gregory. I'm just taking a photo.
Thank you.
I think we're going to take a shot.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. All right, Lightning Talks Award for the afternoon session goes to Tara Gardner.
And Dr. Claire Beasley will present the 2 poster awards for favorite posters.
So yeah, it's my pleasure to announce the winner of the poster award. So let's take a look. So the winner of the Basic Science and Translational Research goes to Parsa Tadeo. Okay, and the winner of the Best Clinical Research Poster goes to Annika Mackenzie.
And the last award we have was actually selected by our committee prior to today. It's the Nicia Laura May Alvin Memorial Prize. And this is awarded to a trainee who has published a remarkable paper in the past year in the field of schizophrenia. And this year's winner is Dr. Reza Rafazadeh. I guess is not attending today. And I believe that's it for awards. Okay, so that is the end of the program. I do want to extend a humongous thank you to the administrative team for basically putting this whole event together and the countless hours of work and emails that went into them creating this event. It was wonderful to see you all, and we'll see you here again next year.